Chapter 4091. Since ancient times, wealth had moved people's hearts. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. But this Tai divine purification water was extremely precious. The great cosmological realm itself was a huge natural treasure trove that no one had set foot in for thousands of years, but no one had ever heard of the appearance of Tai divine purification water. It was only in this ancient land that everyone had the opportunity to find it, so it was not surprising that it attracted everyone's attention. Not to mention, Yang Kai had a transformed sacred herb on his left and right shoulders. They had long noticed the existence of Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom, but they had been unable to think too much about it when they were trapped. Now that they had escaped, their minds immediately became active. 2 transformed sacred herbs and a pool of Tai divine purification water were enough to make anyone risk their lives. Dozens of people took the lead to attack, each of them aggressive and merciless. Obviously, they were all planning to kill Yang Kai and seize the treasures. The remaining people reacted a little slower, but they followed closely behind, clamoring incessantly. Yang Kai stood in place and looked around coldly. The dozens of people pounced on him with an indifferent expression, and he snorted coldly, "If it weren't for me, you would still be trapped in that invisible cage. I helped you escape, but you don't want to repay me, and now you want to bite the hand that feeds you? Human nature is really cold. It makes me bitterly disappointed." One of them laughed and said, "Little brother, you're right. Come with me quickly. Don't pay attention to this group of ungrateful people." He was the first to pounce in front of Yang Kai, reaching out to grab Yang Kai. In that big hand, the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements lingered, turning into a territory field that reinforced and restrained each other, and enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't even bother to look at him, instead lifting his finger and pressing it against his forehead. With a hiss, a blood arrow shot out from the back of this person's head. That person stood still in front of Yang Kai, his big hand stretched out, but as if he had been immobilized, he did not move at all. Dozens of divine technique enveloped Yang Kai at the same time. His figure swayed, and dragon shields flew around his body. The next moment, a sky full of light enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. Someone cried out in alarm, "You guys, be gentler. Don't shatter those 2 stalks of Saint Medicine." However, these words were clearly shouted a little too late. Seeing Yang Kai's figure disappear under the numerous divine technique, that person's face twitched, and his heart ached so much that it was bleeding. With such a crazy attack, how could those 2 stalks of saintly medicine still be preserved? Most likely, they had already been smashed into fine powder. The might of the divine technique gradually dispersed, and a figure appeared once again. Everyone's expression instantly changed slightly, and they exclaimed endlessly. It was Yang Kai who stood on the spot without the slightest injury, and even his clothes didn't have the slightest crease. On the contrary, the first few dozen people who had pounced over suddenly froze on the spot. Accompanied by a series of soft hissing sounds, arrows of blood shot out from the back of these people's heads, and they fell on their backs, instantly losing all signs of life. There was a bloody hole on each of these people's foreheads, piercing through their heads and consciousness and obliterating their divine sense. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror, as if they had seen something extremely frightening before they died. A series of gasps rang out, and the figures charging toward Yang Kai suddenly froze on the spot, their gazes slightly trembling as they looked ahead. In that instant of chaos just now, no one saw clearly how Yang Kai had attacked. They only saw that these few dozen people had taken the initiative to attack, and all of them had died an unnatural death. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong trembled like a sieve, and his face was ashen. Just now, when he saw Yang Kai being surrounded and attacked, he thought that he was dead for sure. Who would have thought that after a single exchange, the few dozen people who had attacked him would all die? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise in his heart, "This guy is so strong?" He was a saint medicine that had taken human form, and wasn't too clear about the strength of a human cultivator, but Yang Kai could instantly kill several dozen people with his own strength, so his strength was obviously not bad. Blood flowed, and the smell of blood filled the air, and the sound of heartbeats rose one after another. Dozens of people fell to the ground, causing the remaining people to be both shocked and somewhat incredulous, and the atmosphere became extremely solemn for a time. Although there were many people here, they were as scattered as sand. Previously, they had worked together to solve the dilemma, but now that they wanted to seize the treasure, they naturally had their own thoughts, making it difficult for them to work together. Among the crowd, some people carefully looked at Yang Kai's face, and suddenly their eyes widened, and their bodies trembled violently. It was him, the god of slaughter from Red Star City. Although Yang Kai had displayed great power in Red Star City and many people had seen his face, in recent years, he had rarely appeared in front of outsiders, so there were not many people who knew him. Only the earliest cultivator in Red Star City had seen his face, and later people had only heard of his notoriety and never seen him again. However, this didn't mean that no one recognized him. Among the thousands of people here, there were always a few who had seen Yang Kai's fierce demeanor from afar. Before, they had been trapped in the invisible cage and didn't pay much attention to it. But now that they looked carefully, they recognized Yang Kai's identity. Suddenly, their faces turned pale and they turned to flee. As early as a few years ago, Yang Kai had killed thousands of people from Thunder Lightsword Pavilion by himself, and then massacred the entire Star City of Thunder Lightsword Pavilion. Even if there were thousands of people here, what could they do to him? If a fight really broke out, it was unknown how many people here could survive. There was great fear between life and death. Although the sacred transformation pill and Tai divine water were precious, how could they be more important than one's own life? Shwa shwa shwa. Nearly 100 people quickly left. It wasn't that these people knew Yang Kai, but rather that they had formed teams to explore and search for treasure in this land of no elders. If one person in the team recognized Yang Kai's identity, they would naturally call for their companions to leave this place quickly, otherwise, a disaster would befall them. The rest of the people didn't know why these people left in a hurry and thought that they were scared away by Yang Kai's strange means. The old man who had called for everyone to break out of this situation raised his arms and shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just one person. There are so many of us here. Even if we all spit at him, he'll be drowned." Someone nodded in agreement. Yes, this junior is alone. What is there to be afraid of? Those cowardly rats have already left. It just so happens that we have one less opponent. The old man put on a compassionate look as he stroked his long beard and said, "Little brother, the heavens are benevolent. If you are willing to leave behind the 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water, this old master and the others are not willing to kill you. This old master can make the decision to let you escape unscathed. What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced at him lightly and said, "There are so many of you here, and I only have 2 sacred medicines and Tai divine water. What should I do? Why don't all of you fight to the death first, and when there are only 2 people left, this king's treasures can be divided. That way, there won't be any problems." The old man smiled lightly. "Now that things have gotten to this point, why bother trying to sow discord, little brother?" Someone shouted, "Leave your space rings behind too. This boy must have other good things on him." Yes, this way, we won't have to worry about not having enough to share." Yang Kai said slowly, "There are quite a few good things in my space ring." Saying so, he casually took out an item. A 6th grade item. Someone's breath quickened. That's a divine essence-fused stone. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine essence-fused light. Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai took out another 6th grade item and played with it in his hand. Another exclamation sounded. Another 6th grade item. This should be a blood flame jade. If you can refine it, you can cultivate divine burning blood flame. Another 6th grade item. Exclamations continued as Yang Kai took out 6th grade treasures one after another, and everyone's expression changed from the initial surprise to shock, and then to endless greed. In just a short time, Yang Kai had taken out more than 26th grade items, and none of them were the same. Each one was different. A huge question appeared in everyone's hearts. Where did this boy get so many treasures? They had been in the great cosmological boundary for more than a decade, and although they had obtained some good things, they had never seen a 6th grade treasure before. But this boy in front of them had obtained more than 20 kinds of treasures, and these were the ones he had taken out, so how many did he not take out? This boy was simply a walking treasure trove. A burst of laughter sounded as the old man's eyes lit up and he nodded. Little brother, you really have a lot of good things. This is definitely enough to share. Yongkai nodded. I'm afraid you won't have the life to spend them. Tilting his head and looking somewhere in the crowd, he grinned. Does Brother Xiang also want to make things difficult for me? Xiang Ying stood there silently, his expression cold and resolute, not saying a word. Yongkai sighed slightly. After several years of seclusion, the world has forgotten my name. Even a clown dares to challenge this king's dignity. Putting away the treasures in his hand, he said coldly, Don't talk nonsense. If you want treasures, come and get them yourselves. The old man shouted, Since little brother is so stubborn, then don't blame us for not showing mercy. Attack. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Figures pounced at Yongkai one after another. Nearly 1,000 people attacked together, and the scene was spectacular. Before they arrived, one divine technique after another was already used. Yongkai narrowed his eyes slightly, standing in place as if he was scared silly. Pu Baixiong grabbed his hair nervously and shouted, Quickly hide! Little Mushroom shrunk his neck, directly hiding his whole body under the mushroom umbrella. A world-destroying aura enveloped him, and seeing that those attacks were all about to reach him, Yongkai suddenly shook his body, raised his hand, and pointed. A golden crow flew out from his fingertip. That golden crow was small, only the size of a palm, but it was vivid as if it was a living thing. With a cry, the golden crow spread its wings and flew toward the countless divine technique, its body covered in raging flames. The power of the divine technique slammed into the golden crow, but not only did it not shatter, the golden crow even absorbed the power of the divine technique. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, 4 turned into 8. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with golden crows, following the source of the divine technique and pouncing toward the cultivator. Many of the cultivator paled in fright. Some hurriedly retreated, while others used their power to block, forming a protective barrier around their bodies. However, the golden crow true flames were extremely domineering, and even heaven-opening cultivators were unable to block them, let alone these cultivators from the Emperor realm. Any cultivator that was pounced on by the golden crow was instantly set ablaze, turning into a fireball as they cried out in agony. One figure after another fell from the sky like dumplings, their vitality extinguished before they hit the ground. Chapter 4092. This is the Golden Crow Primordial Fire? A cultivator's expression changed drastically as he cried out in shock. Those little golden crows were extremely lifelike and had obvious characteristics. It was difficult for anyone not to recognize them. Many cultivators were shocked and hurriedly retreated. But how could they retreat? Those little golden crows pounced over and burned them into fireballs, causing them to scream and fall. The scene was empty. More than half of the 1,000 cultivators were killed in an instant. The cultivators who were lucky enough to survive all screamed in fear and used various escape techniques to escape. You want to run now? Too late. Yongkai snorted coldly and activated the space principles. In an instant, with himself as the center, the space within 1,000 feet radius was under his control. A cultivator looked back as he fled, and then saw a scene that shocked him to his core. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open up the distance between Yongkai and himself. It was as if he could not move forward. This scene was familiar. It was the experience of falling into the invisible spherical cage. In that invisible cage, everyone was in the same situation. They desperately rushed toward the white jade trough, but no matter what they did, they could not get close at all. Could it be that the restriction of heaven and earth had reappeared? Just as this thought popped up, a golden crow had already pounced over and covered him. After 10 breaths, charred corpses fell one after another, and their vitality was extinguished. Of the 1,000 cultivators who fell into this place, except for the 100 or so who recognized Yongkai and fled at the beginning, the rest died without a burial place. Yongkai slowly exhaled a turbid breath. He was neither happy nor shocked, but there was a hint of contemplation in his eyes. The restriction of heaven and earth naturally could not reappear. The reason why so many cultivators were stuck in the same place was because he had activated the space principles. The mysteries of the space folding and space extension allowed him to see another unique use of the space principles, and he benefited a lot from it. By activating the space principles, he could also use methods similar to the restriction of heaven and earth. This method was not a secret art, nor was it a divine technique. It was just a flexible use of the space principles. It was just that he had never thought of this before. This encounter had opened a window for him, allowing his attainments in the great Tao of space to take another step forward. After testing it out, he found that it was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Turning his head, Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Thank you, Brother Xiang, for your help." Previously, he thought that Xiang Ying was also tempted by the wealth and wanted to make things difficult for him. However, when those people made their moves, he found that he was wrong. Xiang Ying was mixed in the crowd, and the purple bamboo in her hand was quietly poking around. She was secretly attacking those people. However, his actions were very subtle. At that time, everyone's attention was attracted by the wealth on Yang Kai's body, so no one realized that he had secretly killed him. More than a dozen people had died at his hands. My actions were superfluous. Xiang Ying slowly shook his head and put away the purple bamboo. "Farewell, we'll meet again." His character seemed to be very proud and aloof. Previously, he had only taken action because he was not used to seeing those people bullying him with numbers. However, after seeing Yang Kai's strength with his own eyes, he knew that even if he did not take action, those ugly melons and cracked dates could not do anything to Yang Kai. Staring at his back, Yang Kai watched him leave, thinking to himself that this guy was quite an interesting person. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering where he came from and which divine spirit had chosen him as a vessel. But in any case, Xiang Ying had obtained the Saint Medicine purple bamboo on this trip and had a divine spirit to lay a solid foundation for him. If he could leave the great cosmological realm alive, there would definitely be a place for him in the 3,000 worlds in the future. In fact, every time the great cosmological realm opened, countless young masters would be born. There were too many treasures in the great cosmological realm, and high-quality materials that were rare in the outside world were everywhere here. As long as one's luck was not too bad, one could always obtain some opportunities in the great cosmological realm and lay the foundation for breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. However, the premise was that one had to leave this place alive. With a slight thought, Yang Kai's divine sense enveloped the surroundings, searching for the space rings left behind by the dead cultivator. Although Yang Kai had many treasures now, these people had fought in the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, so they should have obtained some good things, so he naturally could not miss them. One space ring after another flew towards him and was thrown into the sealed world bead. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and looked in a certain direction, saying in surprise, "There's still a fish that slipped through the net?" With a flick of his finger, a moon blade flew in that direction. In the perception of his divine sense, there was still a faint aura there. Obviously, someone had survived and was secretly hiding, which was a little beyond his expectations. However, the other party's concealment was not perfect, and Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful enough to give himself away. With a swish, the moon blade cut through space and slashed in that direction. Below a charred corpse, a figure soared into the sky. The crescent blade brushed past his feet, almost cutting off his legs. However, that person's expression did not change. He turned around in midair and quickly fled into the distance. His movements were extremely nimble. Yang Kai laughed. "Still want to run?" With a thought, the space folded again, and in an instant, no matter how that person ran, he could not escape. Yang Kai frowned slightly, because what he saw was that this person was not running in place, but was instead slowly moving forward. Although his speed was very slow, he was indeed moving forward. This person was affected by his space Tao and could not escape from the expanding space, but he was not as powerless as the others before him. This guy seems to have some skill. Of course, this also had something to do with Yang Kai. He had just comprehended this method and was not very proficient in using it. It was easy to bully some weak people, but when faced with a strong opponent, it would have flaws. After running for a while, that person seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and turned his head to look back, only to see Yang Kai walking towards him step by step. Knowing that he could not escape, he could not help but sigh, simply stopping and smiling bitterly. "Brother, do you want to kill me? I didn't attack you before. I was just watching the show." "Then the price you paid for watching the show was a bit high." Young Kai looked at him with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The person shrugged. "Who said so?" Suddenly, his face turned serious. "Brother, what do I have to do for you to let me go?" "Did I say?" Young Kai raised his hand and pointed at him. "Do I have to let you go?" The golden crow whistled and rushed towards that person. That person's face turned serious, suddenly forming a seal with both hands and shouting, "Immovable mountain!" Asterisk roar. Asterisk a beast roar resounded through the sky, and then a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around that person's body. It was the power of the earth element he had condensed. The power of the earth element was rich and pure, not inferior to Yang Kai's. It was at least a 7th-grade earth element. The power of the earth element twisted and transformed into the phantom of a giant tortoise, protecting him in the middle. The golden crow swooped down and crashed into the phantom of the giant tortoise, but it could not hurt him and was completely blocked. The golden crow true fire had always been successful, and this was the first time it had been blocked by someone. Yang Kai's expression changed. Divine technique, Dharma idol. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. This phantom of the giant tortoise had not reached the level of the divine technique, Dharma idol. It should be a defensive divine technique that this person had comprehended through his own earth element, just like his dragon shield. Amidst the crackling sounds, the golden crow true fire and the phantom of the giant tortoise continued to collide. A moment later, the golden crow dissipated, but the phantom of the giant tortoise was still as solid as a rock. The person wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and squeezed out a smile. "Brother, where there is room for error, there is room for mercy." The bearer of the thick earth mystic tortoise? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He had seen all kinds of divine spirits in the periphery of the land of noblemen, some in their original forms, some in human form, but he had not seen the thick earth mystic tortoise, so he assumed that it was mixed in with the crowd in human form. The defensive divine technique that this person in front of him had displayed turned into the image of the thick earth mystic tortoise, so it was obvious that he had inherited the true teachings of the thick earth mystic tortoise. Zhu Juyin had once told him that the divine spirits had put in a lot of effort for their bearers. Some divine spirits had even split a part of their inner elixir's power to help their bearers condense yin and yang and the 5 elements, so that they could win the battle of spirit seizing. The nature of Zhu Juin's inner elixir was not suitable, so Yang Kai had never made this request. However, the thick earth mystic tortoise was different. It was an earth divine spirit, and the power of its inner elixir was pure earth element power. If it split a part of its power to its bearer, it could condense the power of the 7th level. These bearers, because they had a part of the power of the inner elixir of the divine spirit, could display some of the divine spirit's abilities, which were very powerful. Zhu Juin had warned him that if he encountered such a bearer, he must be careful, because no one could tell what kind of trump card they had, and if he was not careful, he would die. Yang Kai did not expect to encounter such a bearer who had obtained the true inheritance of the divine spirit so quickly. Not to mention the other abilities of the thick earth mystic tortoise, its defense was outstanding. The bearer in front of him had obtained the power of the divine spirit, so he could naturally withstand the burning of the golden crow primordial fire. That person greeted with one palm. "Fang Yu greets brother Yang. I have heard of your name for a long time, and now that I have met you today, you are indeed outstanding. I admit that I am inferior." Grape called out, "Master, this guy is flattering you." Little Mushroom, who was on the other shoulder, nodded vigorously with a look of disdain. Fang Yu said seriously, "I am speaking from the bottom of my heart, not flattering." Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked on the giant tortoise phantom outside his body, making a dull thud. He said in surprise, "Your tortoise shell is quite hard." Fang Yu smiled slightly. "The thick earth mystic tortoise is good at defense. Junior brother has obtained its true inheritance and inherited this ability. I have made a fool of myself in front of brother." Yang Kai praised, "With this ability, I am afraid that only those divine spirits in the great cosmological realm can hurt you." Fang Yu blushed with shame. "But they are still no match for brother." Brother Space Tao is unpredictable, and the Golden Crow primordial fire can burn anything. It is truly fascinating. Hand over your space ring. Yang Kai stretched out his hand. Huh. Fong Yu was stunned. Yang Kai stared at him without saying a word. Grape called out, Brat, Master is asking you to hand over your space ring. Master is going to rob you. The corner of Fong Yu's mouth twitched. Brother, I thought we could sit down and have a good chat. Chapter 4093. If you want to talk, we can talk later. Give me your space ring. You must have obtained a lot of good things from the thick earth black tortoise, right? If it weren't for the tortoise's shell, Yang Kai's hand would have almost reached Fong Yu's nose. Fong Yu angrily retorted, Brother, how can you be like this? You have so many treasures. Do you still need my little belongings? Even if you rob me, it won't increase your wealth by much. Yang Kai indifferently said, You have to be punished for your mistakes. Fong Yu angrily said, I really didn't attack you. After a pause, he weakly said, Fine, I secretly attacked you, but I didn't mean to kill you. I just wanted to see if there was a gap between us. He should have recognized Yang Kai long ago and heard of Yang Kai's deeds. Although he had obtained the thick earth black tortoise's true inheritance and cultivated the earth element with the power of its monster core, he wasn't confident he could beat Yang Kai by much. Just now, he had mixed in with the crowd and quietly attacked just to test how much he had grown recently. Who knew the result would be such a blow to him? Would he be able to snatch the innate spirit fruit and satisfy the thick earth black tortoise's request? Sighing slightly, Fong Yu said, Brother, you can't kill me. My coiling stone seal can't be broken without wild force. With this seal, no one in this land of eternity can kill me. Yang Kai slowly said, Your divine technique is indeed good, but it should consume a lot of energy to use, right? Not to mention whether I can break your shell. Even if I can't, I can still exhaust you to death, unless you have a way to escape from me. Fong Yu's face paled and he swayed. Brother's eyesight is really sharp. What Kai Yang said wasn't wrong. Although the boulder seal's defense wasn't bad, using it required a huge amount of energy. Maintaining it for a long period of time was especially taxing on his body. Even if he used all his strength, he could only maintain it for half an hour. After half an hour, he would be completely exhausted and the boulder seal would collapse. Yang Kai was proficient in the space Tao, and he couldn't escape, so stalling for time was meaningless to him. It could be said that Yang Kai's words were hurtful. Fong Yu's face withered. Junior brother admits defeat. Brother, please show mercy. Saying so, he sighed heavily, then dispersed the coiling stone seal, and threw the space ring in his hand to Kai. Yang Kai's TSSSSS, Yang Kai, Yang Kai. If it weren't for Zhujuin, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to obtain the Tao-E divine water and cultivate the Yin-Yang in verse 5 elements profound universe sutra. Seeing Yang Kai take out one good thing after another from the ring, Fong Yu was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He kept shouting, Enough, brother. You should at least leave some for me. Yang Kai ignored him and continued to fiddle with the ring. After a while, he threw the space ring back to him. Fong Yu caught it and checked the ring. He immediately groaned and clutched his chest in grief and indignation. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Although the rings were, Fong Yu felt like more than 10 kilograms of flesh had been cut off from his body. It was so painful. He grabbed the space ring, turned around, and left at a ridiculously fast speed. Farewell, we won't meet again. He didn't want to run into Yang Kai again. This time, he admitted defeat. Although he lost a lot of things, he still managed to save his life. He ran for 1,000 kilometers before looking back and seeing that Yang Kai didn't chase after him. He breathed a sigh of relief and comforted himself. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. They're just worldly possessions. I can't bring them with me when I'm born, and I can't take them with me when I die. I'll just throw them away. Fong Yu landed on a boulder and thought back to his previous encounter. He couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. They were both from the Emperor realm, and he had been nurtured by the thick earth black tortoise for several years. But in the end, he found that there was still a huge gap between him and Yang Kai. Just as he was feeling dejected, he suddenly noticed that the boulder under his feet was a little strange. It looked like a blooming lotus flower with layer upon layer, and he was standing in the middle of it. He couldn't help but raise his brow and look at it with interest. In the next moment, the ground beneath his feet shook, and the stone lotus suddenly closed. Fang Yu was caught off guard and was directly trapped in the middle, unable to escape. He was shocked in his heart. It was truly a case of when it rains, the boat meets the wind. After the stone lotus swallowed Fang Yu, it immediately rose from the ground, and its roots turned into 2 long legs, flying into the distance. Inside the stone lotus, Fang Yu shouted, immovable as a mountain. 10 days later, Yang Kai climbed to the top of a mountain and headed towards a certain place on the peak under Pu Baixiong's guidance. It didn't take long for them to reach their destination. Pu Baixiong jumped down from Yang Kai's shoulder and shouted, little gourd, Master Pu is here to see you. The reason he came here was because Pu Baixiong told Yang Kai that there was also a Saint Herb here. In this elder's land, there weren't many Saint Herbs that could transform into human form, but they weren't few either. Pu Baixiong knew that there were 7 or 8 kinds of Saint Herbs, each of which was extraordinary and had different effects. Take the 2 kinds that Yang Kai obtained for example. The bunch of berries on Pu Baixiong's head had extraordinary medicinal effects. Not only did it have healing properties, but it also had the ability to improve one's cultivation. It could be said to be an extremely rare species. The mysterious rainbow mushroom had the ability to cause illusions. When the invisible spores spread out, an ordinary cultivator wouldn't be able to resist them. When Yang Kai fell into the fog, he was careless and fell into it. In the end, he had to rely on the demon eye of annihilation and the soul-warming lotus to keep his mind clear. There was also Xiang Ying's purple bamboo, which seemed to have the ability to break through 10,000 techniques. Not all Saint Herbs were for consumption. When plants and trees gained sentience, they could transform into human form and become Saint Herbs. At the top of this mountain, there was another Saint Herb. According to Pu Baixiong, it was a gourd vine. There were 7 gourds on this vine, each of which corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The quality of these 7 gourds was extremely good. With the help of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, a cultivator could condense the corresponding Dao seal. It could be said that if one could obtain this gourd vine, they would have an inexhaustible supply of cultivation resources. However, although Yang Kai had gone through a lot of hardships to reach this place, he couldn't detect any signs of life with his divine sense. Pu Baixiong shouted a few more times, stretching out his roots and scratching his head. Where did this gourd go? Yang Kai frowned slightly and walked over to a place. After looking around for a while, he said, no need to shout. Hearing this, Pu Baixiong rushed over and climbed onto Yang Kai's shoulder. Following Yang Kai's gaze, he saw some traces of battle in front of him, filled with the power of the 5 elements. He immediately shouted, who did this little gourd fight with? Yang Kai nodded his head and said, I'm afraid that someone beat us to it. Previously, when he went to look for the purple bamboo, it was the same. It was only later that he found out that the purple bamboo was in Xiang Ying's hands. In the past 10 days, Pu Baixiong had instructed Yang Kai to look for those transformed sacred herbs. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything at every place they went. Those sacred herbs were either hidden or had been snatched away by someone else. This was already the 3rd place that Yang Kai had run to, and the 3 sacred herbs, including the little gourd, were nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai wasn't too sure what happened to the other sacred herbs, but the sacred herb here should have been snatched away by someone else. The traces of battle here were very scattered, which meant that many people had besieged that sacred herb. No matter how extraordinary that gourd vine was, it would have been difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. There were also many bloodstains that hadn't dried up yet on the ground, which should have been caused by the gourd vine. Pu Baixiong said in annoyance, if we had known, we would have come over faster. Master, don't be afraid. I'll bring you to find Aku. That fellow's place is only a 3-day journey from here. The little mushroom shrunk its neck. Don't go find Aku, right? Every time I see him, I'll be in trouble. Pu Baixiong reprimanded. Master wants the sacred herb. Who are you to tell him what to do? The little mushroom pouted angrily. and turned its head to the side in a fit of pique. Yang Kai shook his head. No need. Proper business is more important. Bring me to that fruit tree. Close to 200,000 people had rushed into the Elder's land, and even if there were countless casualties recently, more than half of them were still alive. These people were active in various parts of the Elder's land, and if there were any good things, they would have long been dug out by them. Those sacred herbs were the best example. Yang Kai was afraid that if he delayed any longer, even the primordial spirit fruit would be taken by someone else. At that time, he wouldn't be able to report to Zhu Juyin, and he and the others would be in danger. Are we going to find the old tree? Pu Baixiong replied, all right, but master, you have to be careful. That old tree is not to be trifled with, and the place where he lives is filled with danger. If you're not careful, you'll be in trouble. You just have to lead the way. Pu Baixiong immediately pointed the way for Yang Kai, and after descending the mountain, Yang Kai sped along the way. He didn't stop along the way, and from time to time, he would encounter a cultivator rushing back and forth. There were also many people fighting endlessly, and almost every moment, there would be people dying in the Elder's land. After traveling for less than 2 days, Pu Baixiong said, Master, we're almost there. Do you see that mountain in front? The old tree lives on that mountain. Yang Kai looked up, and indeed, there was a tall mountain in the distance. But because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly. Right at this time, Yang Kai suddenly felt something, and turned his head to a direction, only to see a figure rushing towards the mountain. That person wasn't old, looking to be in his early 20s, but his chi was extremely condensed, showing that his foundation was solid. What Yang Kai cared about wasn't this person, but something on his shoulder. It was a stalk of sacred herb. There was a stalk of holy medicine that looked like a bitter gourd. Its entire body was wrinkled, and there was a face on the gourd. It was gloomy and miserable, and its brows were tightly knitted. It was as if all the misfortune in the world had gathered on its body, and it had an expression that said that it had nothing left to live for. Aku! Little Mushroom immediately cried out. Chapter 4094. Was this the Aku that Grape and Little Mushroom had mentioned before? Yang Kai's expression changed as he carefully sized up the sacred medicine Aku. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The appearance of this sacred medicine was terrible, and he did not know what magical effects it had. Right at this moment, Aku sighed heavily. I'm Ku. This long sigh seemed to want to squeeze out all his internal organs. Yang Kai only felt his mind shake, and a feeling of depression surged uncontrollably in his heart. He suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. So what if he had wasted more than 10 years in the Great Void Realm and collected unimaginable wealth? It was nothing more than a pile of dead things piled up in his space ring. So what if he had risked his life to search for the natural spirit fruit in this land of no elders? In the end, it was Zhu Juyin who benefited, and he could not even eat a piece of the fruit. He had spent so much effort to jump out of the shackles of the universe and come to the outside world. He had narrowly escaped death several times. But what could he get in return? Perhaps by the time he found the world tree, the star boundary would have already collapsed, and the billions of creatures in the star boundary would have long disappeared. All kinds of negative emotions hidden in the depths of his heart surged up together with the sacred medicine Aku Sai, almost completely drowning his mind. His figure slowly slowed down as he lost sight of the target of the battle. On Yang Kai's shoulder, Pu Baixiong covered his face with his roots and choked with sobs. I, Pu Baixiong, will change my name to Pu 99 Xiong from now on. How can I go out and meet people? Just let me die. The little mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulder and wailed. Why am I crying? I'm so sad. Waha! Yang Kai groaned and bit the tip of his tongue hard, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. With the soul-warming lotus protecting his soul, he finally recovered his mind. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he looked at the sacred medicine Aku with fear. This thing was really strange. No wonder Little Mushroom was so afraid of him before and said that every time he saw him, he felt that it was extremely bitter. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. That sigh sounded normal, but it had a mysterious power that stirred up the dark side of everyone's heart, making them unable to control themselves. The one who got Ku was a young man with a fair complexion. He didn't look much older than Yang Kai. At this moment, his face was gloomy. He punched Ku's head and gritted his teeth. "Shut up. Don't talk when I don't let you." Ku shrank his head after being hit, and his wrinkled face became even more gloomy. He sighed heavily and said, "But I'm really suffering." The young man staggered and almost fell to the ground. He didn't even look at Yang Kai and quickly left. After he left, Yang Kai heaved a heavy sigh of relief. Grape and the little mushroom also gradually recovered. They wiped the corners of their eyes and blinked blankly. They did not know why they were so heartbroken just now. "Did we meet Aku?" Pu Baixiong asked in surprise. Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at the mountain in the distance. The young man seemed to have the same goal as him. He found this place so quickly because of Pu Baixiong's guidance, so the young man should have been guided by Ku. In that case, the group of people who got the sacred medicine would definitely have those sacred medicine to lead the way. It wouldn't be long before they gathered here. I knew it. Nothing good will happen when we meet Ku. This guy is simply a jinx. Pu Baixiong cursed. "Are you sure that the fruit tree is on that mountain?" Yang Kai asked. Pu Baixiong said, "Yes, the old tree has always been on that mountain and has never moved its nest." Yang Kai took a light breath. "It seems that we have to meet Ku." After saying that, his body swayed and he rushed in that direction. The destination was not too far away from Yang Kai, but it was more than that. It was at least 2,000 miles away. Pu Baixiong reminded him along the way, "Master, you must be careful. Nothing good will happen when you meet Ku. He didn't say anything to you just now, right?" Yang Kai said, "No, he only said that he was bitter." Only then did Pu Baixiong heave a sigh of relief. "That's good, that's good. If he said anything to you, then it would be bad." Yang Kai didn't understand, but he didn't want to ask. 2 hours later, Yang Kai gradually approached the mountain. Suddenly, his expression changed and he stared at the mountain. What entered his eyes was a majestic fruit tree standing on the mountain peak. The tree's crown was so huge that it covered the entire mountain peak. The innate fruit tree. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Pu Baixiong was right. The old tree had taken root here. As long as he could get his hands on one of the innate fruit trees, he could exchange it for the safety of Yueha and the others. And this was his main goal in entering the land of elders. However, what made Yang Kai a little surprised was that he actually felt a faint trace of world force coming from the mountain peak. He couldn't help but frown. Where did this world force come from? It had to be known that in the great cosmological realm, the heaven-opening realm's small universe was sealed, so they couldn't use world force at all. If not for this, Yang Kai and the others wouldn't have been able to shine in the Emperor realm. Those heaven-opening realm cultivators would have already snatched away all the good things in the great cosmological realm. And those who entered the land of elders were all cultivators of the Emperor realm. These cultivators didn't have the heaven-opening realm in their bodies, so they couldn't use world force. But where the innate fruit tree was, there was indeed a faint trace of world force spreading out. At this time, a large number of cultivators had gathered at the foot of the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 cultivators present, and all of them were looking up at the mountain peak, staring fixedly at the innate fruit tree, greed gleaming in their eyes. Among the many cultivator, some were alone, some were in groups of 3 to 5, and some were in gangs. The largest group had more than 200 people, and they were obviously from the same force. Kai Yang's eyes swept over the crowd, and he saw several familiar faces. Aku and the young man he met on the way were already here, standing alone at the side with their hands behind their backs. Their expressions were arrogant, and they seemed to be out of tune with the people around them. There was also Xiang Ying, who was holding the purple bamboo and nodding slightly at Yang Kai. With the guidance of the purple bamboo, he could naturally find this place. At this moment, Yang Kai felt something and suddenly turned his head to look in a direction, only to see a short man who looked extremely strong retracting his gaze indifferently. There was a vine wrapped around the man's body, and on the vine hung 7 small gourds. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Although it was only for a moment, he clearly felt a trace of hostility. In other words, this short man seemed to be hostile to him. However, Yang Kai had never seen this person before and did not know where he had offended him. What he was concerned about was the vine on the man's body. It was obviously a sacred medicine and should be the small gourds that Grape had mentioned before. The 7 small gourds corresponded to the power of yin and yang, and the power contained in each small gourd was different. The short man was injured and covered in blood. He should have been in a battle with someone, and judging from his travel-worn appearance, he had probably just arrived here not long ago. "Brother Yang!" A shout was heard. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Su Zhan walking over. The little fatty was smiling wholeheartedly, and as he walked over, he looked at Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom on Yang Kai's shoulder with great interest. When he came closer, he said, "Is this the sacred medicine?" He was the carrier chosen by Zhu Yin and had received many benefits from Zhu Yin. Although he had been cultivating in seclusion all these years, he still kept in touch with Yang Kai. It could be said that in the entire great cosmological realm, besides Yu He and the others, he was the closest to Yang Kai. "Brother Su," Yang Kai greeted. Su Zhan clicked his tongue and said, "I heard that there are only 7 or 8 sacred medicines in the land of agelessness. Brother Yang is really lucky to have 2 of them. It's really enviable." "It's just luck." Yang Kai smiled faintly. Su Zhan stared at the grape on Pu Baixiong's head with great interest. "This grape, what's the effect of eating it?" Pu Baixiong flew into a rage. "Eat your head. Little fatty, get over here. Uncle Pu will fight you for 300 rounds. Brandishing his roots, he was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Previously, when Kai Yang had eaten one of his grapes, he was still brooding over it. Now that he saw this little fatty having ideas about his grapes, he immediately became unhappy. "Interesting little thing." Su Zhan chuckled. He would not lower himself to Pu Baixiong's level. "Brother Su, since you found this innate fruit tree, why are you still here?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Thousands of people had gathered here and were staring at the fruit tree on the top of the mountain, but no one came up the mountain. This made him a little confused. Su Zhan shook his head and sighed. "It's not that simple. You see, this mountain is calm now, but in fact, it's full of hidden dangers. It's fine if you don't enter the mountain, but once you do, great danger will descend. Many people have already entered before, but unfortunately, none of them survived." Yang Kai's heart trembled when he heard this. He raised his head and looked carefully. Sure enough, there were many corpses of cultivators on the mountain. Roughly counting, there were at least 100 of them. These people died in all kinds of strange ways. Some were turned into stone sculptures, some were burned beyond recognition, and some were covered in wounds. It was a horrible sight. They should be the cultivator that entered the mountain before, but unfortunately, they all met with misfortune. But waiting like this is not a solution. Yang Kai frowned slightly. Su Zhan said, "Everyone is waiting, and no one wants to be the one to take the lead. This is a stalemate." Yang Kai understood. Most likely, the people gathered here wanted to observe for a while longer to see if there were any flaws in the dangers in the mountain that could be exploited. At this moment, a large group of people approached quickly. The person in the lead was carrying a huge saber with a ghost head. There were a lot of people, at least 2,000 to 3,000 of them. They were like a torrent, rolling with an unstoppable momentum, causing the cultivator's expression to change slightly. "Dition," someone whispered, recognizing the origin of this group of people. At the same time, Yang Kai also saw the appearance of the person in the lead. That guy was Ding Yi. Chapter 4095. Dition's organization had risen in the great cosmological realm and was founded by Ding Yi. He had gathered many people over the years. The land of elders excluded those from the heaven-opening realm, and only those from the Emperor realm could enter. Dition had a great advantage because they were all from the Emperor realm. Previously, in the Rainbow Tunnel, Ding Yi had led Dition's group to block the tunnel and caused chaos, resulting in countless casualties. However, he had suffered at the hands of Yang Kai many years ago and almost lost his life. Ever since then, he had been extremely wary of Yang Kai, so he had always given Yang Kai face. Whether it was on the Origin Magnetic Mountain or in the Rainbow Tunnel, he had always been kind to him. Ding Yi also had wounds on his body, so it was probably not a peaceful journey. There were less than 1,000 people at the foot of the mountain, but Dition had brought over 2,000 to 3,000 people, which was almost 2 to 3 times the number of people here. Who wouldn't be afraid? Such a huge force could completely control the situation here. In an instant, Tion's group had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Dingy carried the ghost head saber and looked around. Suddenly, his eyes focused on someone and he said angrily, "You're really looking for something by chance. You little thief. How dare you steal my sacred medicine? Now that I've caught you, let's see if you'll die." The saber pointed forward, and the target was the short man who had obtained the gourd vine. The short man frowned slightly, obviously finding it a little tricky. If Dingy was alone, he naturally wouldn't be afraid. The gourd vine's power was extraordinary. Even if there were 10 or 100 Dingy, it would be a piece of cake. However, Tion had too many people. If they really fought, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a moment, the short man said, "Ding-yi, sacred medicine is extraordinary, and it belongs to the capable. Since it chose me, it means that we are fated. Why do you have to force it?" "Fated your ass." Dingy was burning with anger. "If you hadn't interfered, this sacred medicine would have been in my pocket. You are despicable and shameless, secretly stealing my sacred medicine, and now you have the face to say this?" The short man snorted. "You keep saying that this is your sacred medicine. Call it, and see if it responds to you." Dingy said angrily, "Call me Grandpa, and see if I respond to you." The two of them quarreled fiercely, attracting the attention of countless people. Yang Kai also showed a look of understanding. Previously, under the guidance of Pu Baixiong and the little mushroom, he had gone to look for the gourd vine, but who would have thought that someone would beat him to it? From the traces left behind, there should have been a battle, and it was a battle with quite a number of people. From the looks of it, it should be Ding Yi who led Tion's men and fought with the gourd vine. However, at the crucial moment, the short man took advantage of the situation. Anyone who encountered such a thing would probably be filled with anger and would definitely not let it go. Ding Yi had led a group of people to find this place. He probably did not expect to encounter this little thief who wanted to steal the saint medicine. However, since he had encountered him, he naturally would not let him go so easily. "Now that the saint medicine is in my hands, what are you going to do?" Although the short man was facing 1,000 people from Tion alone, he wasn't afraid at all. Dingy laughed sinisterly. "What else can I do? Of course, I'll kill you and take the sacred medicine back. In this life, no one can take advantage of me, Ding-yi." With that said, the cloak behind him shook, and the thousands of people under him immediately moved. Tion had been established for more than 10 years, and it was established when the great cosmological realm had just opened. All these years, under the leadership of Ding-yi, Tion's people were active in various places in the great cosmological realm. They had experienced countless big and small battles, and even resisted several waves of beast tides. At this moment, there was no need for the leader to say anything, and everyone carried out their duties. In an instant, thousands of people formed a formation and surrounded the short man. The short man's face became increasingly gloomy. "Ding-yi, the connate fruit tree is right in front of us. If we can obtain the connate spirit fruit, wouldn't we obtain more benefits than a saint medicine? Can we settle our grudges after we fight for the spirit fruit?" The short man suggested. Dingy pointed with his blade. "In front of the enemy, I don't care about the spirit fruit. Tell me, do you want me to kill you with one slash, or do you want me to kill you with one slash?" The short man shook his head and sighed. "Looks like there's no way to be kind. Sigh, I didn't want to kill you, but since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." As he said so, he shook the gourd vine. The 7 little gourds hanging on the vine rolled down and turned into little people in an instant. Each of them was wearing a green shirt, barefooted, and had a little gourd of different colors on their heads. One of the gourds raised his hand and said crisply, "I'm eldest baby." Another gourd squatted down and said crisply, "I'm second baby." Another gourd came over and cupped his eyes like a monkey looking at the sea. "I'm third baby." The fourth gourd stood with his arms crossed and said solemnly, "I'm fourth baby." With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 gourds flew up to the shoulders of the 4 gourds and stood on one leg. "I'm fifth baby." "I'm sixth baby." The last gourd flipped in the air and stood on top of the other gourds. He put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. I'm seventh baby. The gourds said in unison, we're the 7 gourd brothers. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Beside him, Su Jun's mouth twitched. This saint medicine is quite interesting. Pu Baixiong snorted. What a trick. On the other hand, the little mushroom had stars in her eyes. She clenched her fists and said, Gourd brothers, be careful. The 7 gourds turned their heads and chuckled at the little mushroom. Ding Yi's face darkened as he pointed his saber. Kill this little thief for me. Don't hurt the gourds. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming number of attacks were launched toward the short man. The gourds immediately rolled into a ball. Eldest baby rushed forward and shouted crisply, Look at my indestructible golden body. Golden light shone brightly, and a layer of golden light screen instantly enveloped a radius of 30 feet. When the countless attacks hit the light screen, more than half of them were offset by the light screen. Yang Kai's expression changed. 5th grade metal elemental. The power that eldest baby used was actually a 5th grade metal elemental power. The metal elemental power turned into a shield and was impregnable. Although there were many DTion's people, there were not many who could condense 5th grade power. When the power below the 5th grade bombarded the light screen, it only caused ripples to appear on the light screen. Only attacks with 5th grade power could cause a substantial impact on the light screen. However, there were too many attacks, so the defense gathered by the metal elemental power could not resist them. It only lasted for a short moment before it was broken. However, this short moment of effort had won the short man a chance to live. The other 6 gourds each activated their own power. Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements gathered and turned into layers of protection around the short man. After these 7 layers of protection were broken, all the attacks had disappeared without a trace. The short man snorted coldly. The gourd vine in his hand shook violently as he shouted, Go! 3rd baby and 4th baby immediately pounced toward the crowd. In midair, each of them took a deep breath and then exhaled. 3rd baby spat out an extremely pure water elemental power, while 4th baby spat out a blazing fire. Water and fire fused together and exploded. Among the crowd, an incomparably huge impact surged. Miserable cries rang out. DTion's hundreds of cultivators all suffered varying degrees of damage and fell from the sky like dumplings. At the same time, the gourd vine in the short man's hand shook again. 6th baby and 7th baby turned into 2 long streaks of yin and yang that crossed each other. From a distance, it was like an incomparably huge pair of scissors that cut through DTion's crowd. Chi-chi-chi, the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. Dozens of cultivators were cut in half at the waist. Their internal organs were exposed to the air and fell uncontrollably. There were people in midair who frantically stuffed their intestines back into their abdomens. However, they were unable to recover their lost vitality. All the cultivators who saw this scene were horrified. Yang Kai's expression also turned cold. He did not expect this gourd's sacred medicine to be so powerful. The 7 gourds corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Each of them was at the 5th grade. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to contend against them. In just one exchange, DTion had suffered a great loss. He had lost as many as 200 men. No wonder this short man was so calm despite being surrounded by DTion. It turned out that he had something to rely on. Amazing, Sujin praised. His eyes lit up as he looked at the gourd vine. Anyone who saw this thing would feel jealous. However, although the gourd vine was powerful, DTion had the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, he was experienced in battle. Although he suffered a loss, he did not panic. Facing the yin and yang scissors, thousands of people formed dozens of battle formations. With hundreds of people in each formation, they pressed forward and trapped the yin and yang scissors. There were also hundreds of elites who completely ignored the small gourds and charged toward the short man. There were still 3 gourds left beside the short man. They corresponded to the power of metal, wood, and earth respectively. Seeing the enemies closing in, the short man's expression did not change. He shook the gourd vine again. Eldest baby immediately turned into a streak of golden light and rushed forward. At the front of the battle formation, a cultivator reached out and grabbed eldest baby. He chuckled. Little gourd, You dare to walk into the trap? He had seen eldest baby use the indestructible golden body before and thought that the gourd's main power was defense. However, Dingy's expression changed. He shouted, "Careful." As soon as he said that, he saw eldest baby throw out a punch. With a loud bang, the leading cultivator was hit by a powerful force. His body flew back uncontrollably. In midair, his arm exploded inch by inch. Even the bones were shattered. What great strength! Yang Kai sighed. Metal specializes in killing. This person was too careless. Sujin also shook his head and sighed. After sending the leader flying, eldest baby suddenly spun. His hands and feet, along with every part of his body, turned into an indestructible weapon. In the blink of an eye, he had pierced through the battle formation. Dawa's figure didn't stop. He turned into a golden drill and charged straight at him from the back. Another battle formation came from the side. The leader shouted, "Sacrifice to the inescapable net." A large net covered the sky and covered eldest baby's head. Chapter 4096. The large net was tough, and it was clear that it had been refined from extremely precious materials. Coupled with the fact that over 100 people had formed a battle formation to activate it, its power was truly extraordinary. It actually managed to trap the gourd within. No matter how the gourd tried to break free, it was temporarily unable to break free. The short man's face darkened slightly. Clearly, he had not expected Dtion's group to be so difficult to deal with. Yang Kai could not help but look at them in a new light. All this time, he had thought that Dtion's group was as loose as sand. Now, it seemed that Dingy had some tricks up his sleeve. He was actually able to gather this group of stragglers into an extraordinary force. A few more battle formations charged over, transforming into rolling torrents that crashed toward the short man. Meanwhile, the short man only had the earth-type and wood-type gourds left beside him. However, he remained calm. Seeing that he was about to be swallowed up by the battle formation torrents, he formed a seal with one hand. The fifth baby chuckled, and an earth-yellow light suddenly appeared on its body, enveloping the short man within. It formed a protective barrier that was even more sturdy than the eldest baby's indestructible golden body. The earth-type element was originally focused on defense, just like the earth-type power that Yonkai had condensed. It was not surprising that he was able to condense the Dragon Shield's secret technique to have such power. Amidst rumbling sounds, the attacks rained down one after another, but they were all blocked by the barrier of light. The remaining wood-type gourd spun and plunged into the ground. Immediately after, the ground cracked, and numerous roots rolled and extended underground like earth dragons, causing the ground to undulate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Numerous roots pierced out from the ground, piercing through one battle formation after another, instantly causing great damage to Dtion. There was also the water baby and fire baby working together to unleash the fire and water explosion technique. There was also the Yin and Yang gourd brothers transforming into giant scissors that pierced through the void, weaving back and forth as they reaped the cultivator's life. The short man relied on a single gourd vine and the 7 small gourds on the vine to engage in a heated battle with Dtion's group. Yang Kai gasped in amazement as he watched. The power of this gourd vine was actually so terrifying, which was something he never expected. This was definitely the most powerful holy medicine. Even though he had grapes and small mushrooms in his hands, he couldn't help but be a little envious of the short man's luck. To be able to obtain such a holy medicine, this guy's luck was really as good as the heavens. What a pity. This fellow's luck is pretty good, and his strength isn't bad either. It's a pity that he met Dtion. Sujin sighed at the side. Yang Kai also nodded in agreement. Although the short man's performance was stunning, he was still alone after all, while Dtion had the advantage in numbers. If this continued, he would be at a disadvantage sooner or later. The key was to see how long the Earthchild could protect him. Sure enough, in less than 30 breaths of time, Tuwa suddenly blushed and said in a muffled voice, "I can't hold on anymore." The protective barrier it activated was now shaking and on the verge of collapse. It had endured too many attacks. Although it was a protective barrier condensed by the 5th-rank Earth element, it could not withstand the endless attacks. The short man's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Dingy suddenly shouted, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." He had been watching coldly from the sidelines and did not participate in the battle. Even if his subordinates were injured or killed, he was still indifferent. It was obvious that he was looking for an opportunity to make the final decision, and now it was time for him to make a move. An incomparably scorching power suddenly spread out from the demon-headed broadsword. Dingy raised the broadsword in his hand and slashed down fiercely with a cold and resolute expression. The moment Dingy moved, both Yang Kai and Sujan could not help but exclaim in surprise. They raised their heads to look at him because the scorching power lingering on his broadsword seemed to be somewhat unusual. Sujan exclaimed, "Seventh rank fire element." This Dingy had actually condensed the power of the 7th rank fire element. There was a flash of brilliance in Yang Kai's eyes, and then he came to a realization. In the great cosmological realm, if one wanted to condense the power of the 7th rank, one could only rely on the power of sacred spirits. Zhu Juyin had also said that there were indeed many 7th rank treasures in the great cosmological realm, but they had long been used up over the years. Yang Kai had wanted to find a 7th rank metal element treasure but could not find one. Zhu Juyin's million-strong army had searched every corner of the great cosmological realm but returned empty-handed. However, not having a 7th rank treasure did not mean that it was impossible to condense the power of the 7th rank. The inner cores of the sacred spirits were at least 7th rank. Dingy was able to display the 7th grade fire element because he had the help of a holy spirit. In other words, this guy was also a bearer. A holy spirit had helped him to condense the 7th grade fire element with the power of its own Niden. It was not strange when one thought about it. When sacred spirits looked for their own bearers, they would naturally choose a cultivator with good aptitude and great potential. Dingy was a nobody before entering the great cosmological realm, but after entering the great cosmological realm, he shone brightly and created Dtion immediately. After all these years of wandering in the great cosmological realm, he had a reputation, so it was not surprising that he was targeted by a sacred spirit. And to be able to help him condense the power of the fire element, it was definitely a sacred spirit of the fire element. Yang Kai had seen at least 50 sacred spirits in the periphery of the Elder's Land, and there were only a few sacred spirits of the fire element. He did not know which sacred spirit had favored Ding Yi. Just as he was thinking, the ghost head saber in Ding Yi's hand bloomed with a dazzling light. When the chirping sound was heard, a one-legged fire bird that looked like a crane flew out from the saber. Its wingspan was 1,000 feet, and it carried the power to burn the world and crashed toward the short man. "Bai Fong!" Yang Kai and Sujin exclaimed in unison. Everything was clear now. Ding Yi was the bearer of the Bai Fong. The Bai Fong was a sacred spirit of the fire element, so it was not difficult for the power of the inner core to help Ding Yi condense the 7th grade fire element. However, Ding Yi was really impressive. His Dao Seal could withstand the impact of the 7th grade fire element. Obviously, his foundation was solid and his foundation was not bad. Otherwise, even with the help of the Bai Fong, he could not have achieved this. In the great cosmological realm, there were many rising stars who shone brightly. Every time the great cosmological realm opened, there would be countless experts of the younger generation. In the future, when they grew up, they would become giants of the 3,000 worlds. The Bai Fong's fire was of the 7th grade, and the power of the Earthchild was only of the 5th grade. Naturally, it was impossible for him to block Ding Yi's angry attack. The huge Bai Fong had just touched the Earth element defense when the defense shattered. The Earthchild fell to the ground, scared silly, and his eyes were blank. Seeing that the short man was about to die under the saber, who knew that he would suddenly clench his fist and smash it upward. "You're courting death." Dingy laughed when he felt that the situation was settled. His laughter came to an abrupt end. A ball of golden light burst out from the short man's fist, and the rich power of the golden lion fluctuated. The power of the golden lion was also of the 7th grade. The golden light was dazzling, and it turned into a huge exotic beast that crashed toward the Bai Fong. "Jin Wu." Sujin stared. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he recognized the origin of the exotic beast. It was the image of the holy spirit Jin Wu. When he was brought to the Elder's Land by Zhu Juyin, he was chased by Jin Wu and the other 4 holy spirits. As a result, he and Zhu Juyin spent a lot of effort to reach the Elder's Land. He did not know what kind of enmity there was between Jin Wu and Zhu Juyin, but he was the one who led the chase. Was this short man the bearer chosen by Jin Wu? Before this, Yang Kai knew that many bearers hid their identities. After all, it was beneficial to hide one's identity in order to participate in the battle of spirit seizing. Except for a few bearers who were in the open, most bearers hid underwater. Ever since he entered the Elder's Land, Yang Kai had already met several bearers like this. Xiangying was one, Dingyi was another, Fangyu was another, and this short man in front of him was another. These were only the ones he had met. What about those he had not met yet? These bearers were all nurtured by the holy spirits behind them. Each of them had their own strengths. Just by looking at the battle before him, he knew that the final battle of spirit seizing would be a fierce battle. Whether it was Jin Wu or the Bai Fong, they were all veteran holy spirits who had lived for countless years. They spared no effort in nurturing their bearers, and even used the power of their own inner cores to help them condense the 5 elements. The strength of the 2 holy spirits was similar, so the power of the attacks unleashed by Ding Yi and the short man was similar as well. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the huge beast and the Bai Fong clashed in midair. Cries and roars rang out incessantly, and golden and fiery light intertwined as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Tian and the others were thrown off their feet, and even the thousands of spectators couldn't help but retreat. Dingyi groaned, and his face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the technique he had just used had taken a toll on his body. The short man also took a few steps back, and one of his feet stepped into the ground. The ground cracked inch by inch, with the bottom of his feet as the center. The cracks were as dense as a spider web. The moment he steadied himself, the short man's face turned ferocious. He formed a seal with both hands and pointed at Ding Yi. A great danger descended and shrouded Ding Yi. Ding Yi's expression changed drastically. Although his aptitude was not bad, he was far from being able to withstand the power of the 7th grade fire element. In order to help him fight for the Khanate spirit fruit, the Bai Fong used its secret inner core to forcibly condense the 7th grade fire element for him. As a result, his Dao seal became unstable, and he was constantly under the attack of the 7th grade fire element. When he did not use the power of the fire element, he could barely suppress it. Once he used it, his Dao seal would vibrate incessantly, and his strength would decrease sharply within an hour. The Bai Fong's action was pulling up seedlings to help them grow. However, to a holy spirit, he only cared about the spirit fruit that could help him escape. As for whether Dingyi lived or died in the future, it had nothing to do with him. Many holy spirits did things this way. The short man's timing was perfect. Dingyi's mind was shaken, and he was using all his strength to maintain the Dao seal. At this time, how could he resist? A giant all spun and pierced through the air, drilling towards his glabella. "My life is over," Dingyi shouted in his heart, and his face was full of unwillingness. Seeing that the giant awl was about to drill into his head, a strange power wrapped around him. His vision suddenly changed, and the space around him seemed to vibrate slightly. Then, the giant awl disappeared. When he looked around again, he was no longer where he was before. He had inexplicably moved a distance of several hundred feet. It was this strange movement that allowed him to escape. Chapter 4097. Tracing the source of that power, Dingyi looked over and saw Yang Kai reaching out a giant hand towards him, space twisting and distorting around it. Understanding that Yang Kai had saved his life at a critical moment, Dingyi was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. Looking at the short man, Kai Yang grinned. "It's you, you bastard?" Before his voice fell, Dingyi had already sent a palm towards the short man, causing the Yuan Qi in heaven and earth to tremble and transform into a giant blue hand that enveloped the world. The short man's face changed slightly as he took a deep breath and shook the gourd vine in his hand. With a series of whooshing sounds, the 7 gourd brothers flew over and landed on the gourd vine, turning into 7 small gourds. The power of the gourd vine soared, and with just a light blow, it broke the Yuan Qi hand. The short man did not hesitate, and instead formed a seal with one hand before his figure suddenly disappeared. Still want to run? Yang Kai coldly snorted and urged his space principles to seal off the world. Faintly perceiving a trace of vitality, Yang Kai threw a punch in that direction. With a muffled groan, the short man's figure reappeared, but he had already rushed into the mountain, blood spurting from his mouth. Obviously, he had been hit by Yang Kai's punch and had suffered a great loss. Turning his head, he glared at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment before his figure disappeared again. Yang Kai frowned, his divine sense unable to perceive the short man's existence. Of course, this was due to the mysterious concealment technique this guy used, but more importantly, the situation on the mountain was somewhat strange, suppressing the extension of his divine sense. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the short man to escape so easily. Is there a grudge? Suzhan looked at Yang Kai curiously. Just now, when Kai Yang had suddenly attacked, it had made him realize this point. Yang Kai stared at the spot where the short man disappeared and nodded lightly. Suzhan said thoughtfully, that divine technique just now should be the Tao-breaking seal. Is this person from Ziqiong Blessed Land? But why haven't I seen him before? If he really is from Purple Jade Blessed Land, then Brother Yang will have to be careful. Yang Kai snorted, who cares if he's from Purple Jade Blessed Land or not? I'm going to kill him. Before entering the Old Land, in the colorful channel, Yang Kai had been attacked by the Tao-breaking seal. If he had not strengthened the seal with Daoi divine water, he would have suffered a big loss at that time. At that time, although he searched for the first time, he could not find the trace of the attacker. He still learned the information of the Tao-breaking seal from Chu Huashang. He didn't expect to see this divine technique again in this place. In other words, it was most likely that the short man was the one who had ambushed them in the colorful channel. Moreover, the various methods and information he had displayed were consistent with Yang Kai's guess. First of all, this guy was proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. At that time in the colorful channel, Yang Kai was unable to find any trace of him. This point had been confirmed. The short man was also proficient in a secret technique that could conceal his aura and figure. Once again, there was no hatred for no reason, and no kindness for no reason. Yang Kai didn't know why he had ambushed him and wanted to kill him, but if this grudge was extended by Jin Wu and Zhu Juyin, then it made sense. Jin Wu and Zhu Juyin had a deep grudge against each other. As the bearer of Jin Wu, the short man must have received instructions from Jin Wu before he entered the Elder's land. Jin Wu wanted him to think of a way to kill himself inside and cut off Zhu Juyin's future. Suzhan was a little troubled. Brother Yang, if that person is really a disciple of Ziqiong Blessed Land, I'm afraid I can't help much. Although there was competition between the Blessed Land and Blessed Land, there were also good relations between them. The Divine Cauldron Heavens and Ziqiong Blessed Land had a good relationship. If the disciples of the two families met outside, even if they didn't support each other, at least they wouldn't make things difficult for each other. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to their masters when they returned. Yang Kai said, I won't make things difficult for Brother Su. Suzhan sighed, but he didn't have any intention of persuading him. After pondering for a moment, he said, if it's really a matter of life and death, Brother Yang, you must be careful of this thing. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Suzhan playing with his identity token in his hand. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he nodded slightly. For a disciple of the Blessed Land like Suzhan, the identity token wasn't just a symbol of status. There was a high possibility that it sealed a divine technique of his master. For a disciple of the Blessed Land who went out to train, this identity token was sometimes a life-saving trump card. For Suzhan to remind Yang Kai of this, it was already very kind of him. At this moment, Dingy came over to express his gratitude. If it wasn't for Yang Kai using the great Tao of space to move him away at the crucial moment, he would definitely have been hit by that Tao-breaking seal. In his state at that time, if he was hit, his seal would definitely be at risk of collapsing. Yang Kai's simple help was a life-saving grace to him. I can't thank you enough. Brother Yang, if there's anything you need me or DT for, just let me know. I won't refuse. Dingy was extremely heroic. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and said, What are you all standing there for? Go in and find that guy. I want to pull out his tendons and skin him alive. His face was ferocious, and it was obvious that he hated that short man. Among the 2,000 to 3,000 Dtion cultivators, there were hundreds of casualties, but there were still a lot of them. Under Ding Yi's order, they rushed into the mountain. Yang Kai said, "This mountain seems to be a little dangerous. Tell your men to be careful." Ding Yi was stunned. He had just arrived here and fought with that short man, so he really didn't know about this. He quickly reminded his men. Everyone received the order and immediately became cautious. When the thousands of people who were gathered here saw that Dtion's men were moving, they naturally couldn't hold back and rushed into the mountain. "Brother Yang, I'm going too. Let's meet at the peak." Su Zhen clasped his hands and walked up the mountain. He didn't know whether that short man was from Ziqiong blessed land or not, but he couldn't travel together with Yang Kai. Otherwise, if Yang Kai got into a conflict with that short man, he wouldn't be able to help either of them. After thinking about it, it was safer to travel alone. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Take care." After Su Zhen left, he stepped forward. As soon as he stepped into the mountain, he frowned, because this place was very strange. It was actually the same as the fog created by the little mushroom, which had the effect of suppressing divine sense, making it impossible for him to detect things too far away. Although he didn't know what mysteries this mountain had, he was sure that it was definitely dangerous. The deaths of those who entered this place before was the best proof. On the other side, Xiang Ying carried the purple bamboo and walked towards the peak of the mountain step by step. He looked at the old tree at the top of the mountain with a calm expression. 3,000 feet away, another young man was walking quickly. Someone turned to look at him and saw the saint-level medicine, Aku, squatting on his shoulder. He chuckled and said, "What is this strange thing? It's so ugly." Aku looked up at him with a bitter expression and said, "You're quite handsome, young man. You have the looks of a long life." That person laughed and tugged at the corner of his companion's clothes. He said, "This ugly thing can actually talk." With a crack, a bolt of lightning came and hit the person who spoke. The power of the lightning was extremely strong. No one knew where it came from, and there was no trace of it. Under the violent power, this person was directly blasted into pieces. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh flew all over the sky. His companion beside him was stunned. His body suddenly froze on the spot, and a chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. If that lightning had been slightly off course, he would have been the one to die. Aku looked at him and said deeply, "You're quite handsome too." Just as he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning struck this person's body, and this person was also beaten to the point where not even his bones were left. The cultivators around were all shocked. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all instinctively moved away from Aku and looked at him as if he was a monster. Aku looked up at the sky and sighed heavily. "I'm so bitter." The cracking sounds were incessant. Previously, everyone gathered at the foot of the mountain and didn't realize the danger on the mountain. However, after stepping into the mountain, it was as if they had triggered some invisible restriction, and danger came one after another. The bolts of lightning that were born out of thin air had terrifying power. An ordinary cultivator couldn't withstand it at all. One bolt of lightning would usually take away a life. Yang Kai was also taken care of a few times. He had been vigilantly looking around. Although his divine thoughts were suppressed, he could still use them. It was just that the range was very small. Even so, he couldn't detect how the lightning was formed. By the time he discovered it, it was already too late. He could only resist it. Fortunately, his body was sturdy, and he was fine after taking a few bolts of lightning. He was just beaten until his whole body was numb and his clothes were tattered. "Be careful of that cloud of fog," Pu Baixiong suddenly shouted. He and Little Mushroom sat on Yang Kai's shoulders and were also vigilantly looking around. Now that they discovered something, they immediately warned him. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw a mass of gray mist drifting over, enveloping the dozen or so people not far away. Those people didn't pay much attention to it, but when the cloud of gray fog floated away from their location, a hair-raising scene appeared. More than a dozen white skeletons were left behind, scattered all over the ground. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen lives were strangely buried here. Not a single sound could be heard. After the cloud of fog swallowed the flesh of more than a dozen people, it floated toward another group of people. It was only at this moment that someone cried out in alarm. This isn't fog, it's insects. The cloud of gray fog was actually made up of countless tiny insects that couldn't even be seen with the naked eye. Seeing the cloud of insects floating toward them, some people in the group immediately attacked in panic, bombarding it with divine technique. The cloud of insects broke apart, turning into more than a dozen streaks, breaking through the group of people in an instant and burrowing into their bodies through their nostrils. In an instant, these people trembled like sieves and screamed continuously, as if they were enduring great torment. However, it only lasted for a moment before the screams stopped. Flesh and blood disappeared, and the living creatures turned into dried bones. The cloud of insects grew much stronger and gathered together again, charging toward Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Only now did he realize how dangerous this mountain was. The lightning that appeared out of thin air was one thing, but if he had some means, he could still resist it. However, this cloud of insects seemed to be even more powerful than the lightning. It was simply impossible to guard against. Chapter 4098. The insect cloud silently flew towards Yang Kai, wrapping him up as his golden crow true fire ignited the insect cloud. In an instant, a series of crackling sounds filled the air as the insect cloud turned into a cloud of fire, burning the insects to ashes one by one. Along the way, there were many dangers. Not only was there the bombardment of thunder and the insect swarm, but there were also many unimaginable dangers. The ground suddenly split open, revealing an abyss that swallowed the cultivator and then closed, silently taking their lives. Some people didn't even know when their companions disappeared. When they turned around and saw that they were all alone, they immediately felt their blood run cold. Thousands of cultivators rushed into the mountain, and in less than an incense stick's worth of time, they had lost 20 to 30% of their cultivators. Moreover, the further up the mountain one went, the greater the danger, and the more frequent the crises became. Yang Kai was hit several times, but thanks to his solid foundation, he was able to survive. However, the other cultivators were not so lucky. Whether it was the thunder or the insect swarm, they were not easy to resist. When they were halfway up the mountain, the number of people decreased sharply. Those who still had the courage to continue either had great confidence in their own strength or had the mentality that they couldn't return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain. Thus, they gave it their all. Xiang Ying and the young man who obtained Aku were far in the lead. As for Su Zhan, he was a little behind. It was not that Su Zhan's strength was inferior to the two of them, but everyone had their own strengths and weaknesses. The purple bamboo in Xiang Ying's hand was enough to destroy all kinds of methods, and with a tap of it, it was enough to annihilate the thunder and scatter the insect swarm. The young man who obtained Aku also had extraordinary means. Yang Kai suspected that he was a bearer chosen by a sacred spirit, but this person did not reveal himself, so Yang Kai couldn't figure out his background. And this was only what was on the surface. How many bearers were lurking in the water? After all, Yang Kai had seen more than 50 sacred spirits before, and each sacred spirit had its own bearer, so there were at least 50 bearers. The short man was still nowhere to be seen, and Yang Kai had no idea where he was. As Yang Kai moved forward, he looked left and right, searching for him. A spot of light suddenly lit up not far away. When the light first appeared, it was very weak, but in the blink of an eye, it became as bright as day. An extremely terrifying aura came from the light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the lightning snakes danced wildly and spread out with the light as the center. Pu Baixiong exclaimed, "Be careful." Yang Kai had already reached out to grab the space in front of him, and as the space principles fluctuated, he suddenly raised his hand. With a loud bang, a thunderstorm exploded high up in the sky, enveloping an area of 300 meters. Even the void within that area collapsed, forming a huge black hole. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly thanked his lucky stars. Fortunately, he sensed that something was wrong and moved the thunderstorm to midair. Otherwise, if it really exploded in front of him, even his half-dragon body would not be able to withstand it. Exhaling softly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the mountain peak with a puzzled expression. Previously, when he was at the foot of the mountain, He had sensed that there was a subtle aura of world force permeating the mountain, and as he moved forward, this feeling became clearer and clearer. This made him feel a little confused. In the great cosmological realm, even the strength of divine spirits was greatly suppressed, and the small universe in the heaven-opening realm's body was completely sealed. Logically speaking, it was impossible for something like world force to exist, but it just so happened that there was one here. Where did this world force come from? Yang Kai could sense that the source of this world force was the old tree at the top of the mountain. What surprised him even more was that this world force was very mixed, as if there was more than one kind, but countless kinds of world force gathered together. Grape, are you sure this is an innate fruit tree? Yang Kai asked as he moved forward. Pu Baixiong sat on his shoulder. His 2 legs formed from roots swinging as he casually said, "What innate fruit tree? I don't know, but if you want to find a fruit tree, I know there is a fruit tree here." Yang Kai was speechless. From the foot of the mountain to the top, it was only a distance of 3,000 feet. Normally, any cultivator could cover this distance in an instant, but in this mountain, it took more than 2 hours. The first to rush to the top of the mountain was Xiang Ying. When he reached the top, he was not in a hurry to snatch the spirit fruit. Instead, he stood under the tree and looked up with a stunned expression. The second was the young man who had obtained Aku. As soon as this guy came up, Xiang Ying moved away from him without a trace. The reason was that the cultivator who went up the mountain with this guy had all died an unnatural death, which was an ominous sign. The third was Su Jun. Yang Kai was the fourth to rush up, followed by Ding Yi and Di Tian's group. Behind them, the scattered cultivator finally reached this place after going through all kinds of hardships. There was no trace of the short man, but Yang Kai could feel that this guy was hiding somewhere. It was just that the suppression of spiritual sense in this place was too strong, making it difficult for him to find him easily. Everyone looked at this fruit tree in a daze. The crown of the tree was huge, covering the sky and the earth. On each of the branches, there were many spirit fruits. The spirit fruits were not big, only the size of a fist. They were sparkling and translucent, overflowing with light and color, beautiful and magnificent. This is... Su Jun looked at the tree and the spirit fruits in front of him in a daze. As if remembering something, a look of contemplation flashed across his eyes. "This is not the primordial fruit tree," Xiang Ying suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded. He did not notice it at the bottom of the mountain, but when he saw this fruit tree, he knew that something was wrong. This was definitely not the primordial fruit tree, at least not the primordial fruit tree that those divine spirits were looking for. Because those divine spirits had said that there was only one spirit fruit on the primordial fruit tree, and that one could only be plucked. Every time the land of the ancients opened, this would happen. After the spirit fruit was plucked, the primordial fruit tree would disappear. And that spirit fruit was the key to whether they could escape or not. There were more than 100 spirit fruits on the tree in front of them. There were thousands of them. Spirit fruits hung on the branches one after another, attracting the attention of others. Moreover, from those spirit fruits, faint traces of world force were emitted. The source of the world energy that Yang Kai felt before was actually from these spirit fruits. The fact that the spirit fruit contained the power of the world was simply unimaginable. Ha ha ha, there are so many spirit fruits, each of us can pluck a few. Dingy laughed heartily. Although there were 4,000 to 5,000 people rushing into the mountain, there were only a few hundred people who succeeded in reaching the peak. There were at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit fruits on this tree, so even if the hundreds of people divided equally, each of them could get a few pieces. Although they did not know what these spirit fruits were for, judging from their charm, they were extraordinary. However, with such a precious treasure in front of them, no one dared to act rashly, lest they attract the attention of others. Dingy did not care about this and ordered one of his men, "Go, pluck one and taste it." That person's face turned bitter, and he could only bite the bullet and walk forward. He leaped and landed on a tree trunk. When he looked down, he saw that everyone below was looking at him eagerly, and no one had the intention to attack him. Only then did he feel relieved. He knew that the people below probably wanted him to be a pathfinder. If there was no danger in plucking the spirit fruits, they would probably fight for them in the next moment. Secretly praying, He raised his hand to grab a spirit fruit. It was cool to the touch, but there was nothing unusual about it. Just as he was about to pluck the spirit fruit, a sudden change occurred. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the man suddenly disappeared. Ding Yi's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Where did he go?" Yang Kai also looked dignified. His eyes were fixed on the person just now, but he did not notice how the person disappeared. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air, which was really strange. Seeing this scene, many people rejoiced. There was obviously a huge risk in plucking the spirit fruit. Fortunately, they were not in a hurry to snatch it just now. Otherwise, they would be the ones suffering now. A trace of relief flashed in Su Jin's eyes, and there was a bit of fanaticism. He laughed loudly. "Sure enough, there really is such a thing in this world. I thought it was just a legend." As soon as he said this, everyone looked at him. Su Jin came from the divine cauldron cave heaven, and his background was extraordinary. Whether it was knowledge or experience, he was much better than his peers. After all, the inheritance and heritage of a cave heaven had existed for tens of thousands of years or even longer. Many secrets that ordinary people did not know were recorded in these cave heavens. Yang Kai had previously obtained a lot of information about the great cosmological realm from Su Jin. Looking at him now, he seemed to recognize this strange fruit tree and should have seen some related records before. "Little fatty, what do you know? What the hell is this thing? Where did my people go?" Dingy was worried about the safety of his subordinates and hurriedly asked. Su Jin glanced at him and was not annoyed. He had always had a good temper. He smiled slightly and said, "Leader Ding, don't worry. Your people are not in any danger for the time being. They were just eaten by this fruit." Dingy's expression changed. "Eaten by the fruit? That's not dangerous?" Su Jin chuckled. "It's good that there is no danger, but whether he can escape will depend on his own luck. If he can escape, he will have a great opportunity. If not, what will happen if he can't? Naturally, he will be trapped in the fruit for the rest of his life." Dingy said seriously, "This fruit can trap people?" "Leader Ding, don't underestimate this fruit. This fruit is very famous." Su Jin chuckled. Aku's master said, "Brother, may I ask what this fruit tree is? And what is this fruit?" This was what everyone wanted to know. With such a precious treasure in front of them, it would be a headache if they could not figure out its origin. Learning from the mistakes of others, no one dared to make a move on the spirit fruit again. Su Jin did not hide anything and said with a serious expression, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary 3,000 World Tree." 3,000 World Tree? Everyone was surprised and looked at each other. Everyone present, except for Su Jin, had not heard of this before. Chapter 4099. Su Jin said, "I once saw some scattered records in an ancient book in the sect. Although the records weren't complete, I'm sure this is the 3,000 World Tree. Everyone, please take a look. Are there 3,000 fruits on this tree?" With his reminder, everyone hurriedly looked at the spirit fruits. Everyone present was extraordinary. With a single glance, they knew the number of spirit fruits. There were exactly 3,000, no more, no less. Su Jin's expression was solemn. The 3,000 World Tree bears 3,000 world fruits. Each fruit is a world, corresponding to the 3,000 great paths. Each world fruit is a small world with its own system, just like the small universe in the body of a heaven-opening realm. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. The fruits were only the size of a fist, but they were small worlds. This was beyond their imagination. Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. His attention was on the spirit fruits just now, so he didn't realize the key point. Now that he heard Su Jin say this, he couldn't help but wonder if this 3,000 World Tree was the World Tree mentioned by Giant Garuda. The great battle in the astral plane had shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The astral plane was at risk of collapsing at all times. Although many great emperors worked together to maintain stability, the astral plane couldn't hold on for long. Yang Kai once asked Ada about it, but Ada didn't know much. He only told Yang Kai that this world tree was the key to reshaping the laws of heaven and earth in the astral plane. However, he hadn't heard anything about the world tree since he entered the universe world. He didn't expect to find something in the land of the ancients. If this 3,000 world tree was the thing Ada mentioned, then it was the key to the survival of the astral plane. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help but burn. He was secretly thinking about how to uproot this 3,000-world tree. One fruit, one world. Someone murmured. So, that brother just fell into the world within the fruit? That's right. Sujin nodded. This is his opportunity. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Sujin said that the person was eaten by the fruit. Falling into the world within the fruit meant that he was eaten. If he can comprehend the mystery, then he can escape and the world fruit will be his. But if he can't, so what if I can't comprehend it? Dingy asked in a low voice. I'll be trapped in there for the rest of my life, and I'll never be able to get out. Sujin replied. These words sent chills down everyone's spines. No one knew what the world inside the fruit was like. If one was really trapped inside for the rest of their lives, it would not be a good ending. What are the effects of this world fruit? Another person asked. Brother, since you recognize this item, you must know its effects, right? Sujin chuckled. The effects of the world fruit are amazing. It's something that only exists in legends. It's a divine item that can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator break through to the first tier. What? Cries of surprise rang out. Everyone looked at Sujin in disbelief, wanting to see if he was joking, but Sujin's face was filled with fanaticism. How could he be joking? Help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Are you serious? There's such a divine object in this world. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is extremely difficult. Can this fruit really help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage? Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm required many years of accumulation. Every time one advanced by one stage, it would take countless amounts of time and resources. Moreover, there were many restrictions, and it would not be limitless. Generally speaking, after a cultivator reached the heaven-opening realm, even if they had plenty of time and resources, they would only be able to advance by 2 or 3 stages at most. 2 stages accounted for 90% of the time, and there might not even be a single cultivator who could advance to the 3rd tier in several thousand years. After all, the heaven-opening pill was artificially refined. The more such a spirit pill was consumed, the less effective it would be for the cultivator, until it had no effect at all. Of course, if one had the opportunity to obtain a naturally occurring heaven-opening pill, they would not have such concerns. There were many miraculous things in this world, and there was a type of heaven-opening pill that was naturally formed and extremely rare. This heaven-opening pill did not have any side effects, and anyone who obtained it could use its power to advance their own cultivation. However, this naturally occurring heaven-opening pill was extremely rare, and it would often be fought over by various blessed paradises the moment it appeared. An ordinary cultivator would not have the chance to obtain it. Beside the 3,000-world tree, several hundred cultivators were in an uproar, clearly shocked by Sujin's words. Sujin said solemnly, I didn't really believe it at first, but after seeing these world fruits, I have no choice but to believe it. Breaking through to the heaven-opening realm is nothing more than expanding the mini-cosmos world in one's body, perfecting the power of that mini-cosmos world. Looking at these world fruits, every single one is a mini-cosmos world. If one can ingest and refine them, the benefits to a heaven-opening realm cultivator are unimaginable. It's only natural that they can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Sujin's words were not wrong. The world fruits were filled with world might, forming a mini-cosmos world of its own. If a heaven-opening realm cultivator ingested and refined them, it would indeed help them expand the mini-cosmos world in their body, perfecting the power of their mini-cosmos world. For a moment, everyone's eyes burned with desire as they looked at the world fruits one after another, drooling. These were divine objects that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by a single grade. Everyone present had benefited greatly from the great cosmological realm. It could be said that as long as they could leave safely, it would not be much of a problem for them to advance to the heaven-opening realm in the future. If they could obtain a world fruit in advance, they would be able to advance to the 4th stage from the 3rd stage, the 5th stage from the 4th stage, and the 7th stage from the 6th stage. How many years of bitter cultivation would a single world fruit save? Even if they did not consume it themselves, if they sold it, it would definitely cause a great deal of competition among heaven-opening realm cultivators. But don't get too carried away, everyone. Sujin suddenly chuckled and said in a clear voice, although these world fruits are divine objects and have extraordinary effects, they are not omnipotent. These fruits are divided into 3 grades. The lowest grade world fruit can only help a low heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade. The middle grade world fruit can help a mid-heaven opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade, and the high grade world fruit can help a high heaven opening realm cultivator advance by 1 grade. These fruits are also divided into high, middle, and low grades? Xiangying raised his brow. Sujin nodded and said, that's what I read in the records. Don't ask me how to differentiate them, I don't know either. I only know that most of the spirit fruits on this tree are low grade, and only a few are middle grade. As for high grade, there may or may not be any, and even if there are very few of them. As he spoke, he sent out his divine sense to cover the fruits. However, although the fruits looked small, they actually formed a world of their own inside. All the probing divine senses were swallowed up, and no one was able to find any clues, let alone determine their quality. From the outside, there was not much difference between the fruits. They looked like they were carved from the same mold. However, even if there were no high-grade fruits, the fruits on this tree were enough to make one's eyes go red with envy. Dingy laughed loudly. Serves me right for getting rich, huh? Among the people present, Tion had the most people. With so many spirit fruits, even if they were to divide them equally, he would still get a lot. However, the prerequisite was that he could pluck the spirit fruits. Sujin seemed to know what he was thinking. He smiled slightly and said, although there are many world fruits, everyone only has 1 chance. If you pluck them, you won't be able to enter the world within the fruit again. What kind of bullshit logic is that? Dingy could not help but stare. Sujin said, I'm not sure either. Actually, I've only seen some records from ancient records, so I don't know much about this fruit tree. Dingy pondered for a moment and said, only by entering the world within the fruit and comprehending its mysteries can we have a chance to obtain the world fruits? Sujin nodded slightly. That's what I saw. Dingy nodded and grinned. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try. As he spoke, he called out to his cultivator subordinates and selected a dozen or so people to forcefully pluck the world fruits. The dozen or so people all rubbed their hands together and arrived in front of the 3,000 world tree. Yang Kai and the others watched silently and had no intention of stopping them. They had many things they did not know about the 3,000 world tree, so they could use Tion to test it out. After a while, the dozen or so people used various methods to grab the world fruits one by one. However, no matter what they did, the world fruits did not move at all. All of their methods were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Someone even cast a divine technique at the world fruit out of indignation, but it was still swallowed by the fruit. The spirit fruit was unaffected, but the divine technique was gone. After a while, Dingy called those people back. The results of the test were obvious. It was impossible to forcefully pluck the spirit fruit. They could only do as Sujin said and enter the world within the fruit. If that's the case, let's make a trip. Someone laughed loudly and stepped forward. He flew up to a tree trunk and reached out to grab a spirit fruit. The moment he touched it, his figure disappeared. As soon as this person moved, many of the remaining cultivator could not sit still anymore. They all flew to the 3,000 world tree and selected different spirit fruits. One figure after another disappeared mysteriously. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 people were gone. Some of the remaining cultivator were still observing silently. Some hesitated, wondering if they should risk it all. After all, Sujin had said before that entering the world within the fruit had its risks. If they succeeded, they would pluck the spirit fruit, but if they failed, they would be trapped for life. There was no other possibility. Xiangying and the young man who obtained Aku also chose a spirit fruit and entered the world within the fruit. Dingy pointed his blade and shouted, "Brothers, the opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you can grasp it or not is up to you. I won't force you. Those who are content with mediocrity can stay, but those who want to soar, come with me." After saying that, he was the first to rush over. He found the spirit fruit at the highest point and grabbed it. His figure disappeared instantly. Detion and the others followed closely behind, each choosing their own target. Some shook their heads and sighed, going down the mountain. After all, not everyone had Ding Yi's courage. Su Zhan did not move, and neither did Yang Kai. Both of them wanted to find out the grades of these spirit fruits. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, neither of them found anything. After a while, Su Zhan shook his head and said, "Brother Yang, I'll take my leave first." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Brother Su, take care." Chapter 4100. As he spoke, he secretly sent a voice transmission. What will happen if two people choose the same spirit fruit at the same time? He had been staying here, not only to distinguish the grade of the spirit fruit, but also to see this. Unfortunately, there were so many people just now, but none of them entered the world within the fruit together. They all chose different targets. Su Zhan's eyes flashed slightly, and he instantly understood Yang Kai's intention. He replied, "Brother Yang can try." He obviously didn't know what the consequences would be. After Su Zhan disappeared, Yang Kai set his sights on a certain world fruit. He grabbed it and disappeared without a trace. After a cup of tea, a figure appeared like a ghost. It was the short man who obtained the gourd vine. At this moment, he stared at the 3,000 world tree in front of him with a fanatical expression and laughed. "World fruit. There's such a divine object in the land of eternity." This person had been hiding nearby and only showed up now. He walked slowly to the fruit tree and shook the gourd vine, trying to grab a fruit. However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't get it. The fruit grew on the tree, and although it looked easy to pick, it was unusually strong. The short man tried several times but failed. He could only sigh, "It seems that I have to go into the world within the fruit." As he spoke, he grabbed one of the fruits. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A great danger shrouded him, and a voice suddenly sounded in his ears, "Freeze!" The space around him suddenly froze, and his body froze on the spot. The world fruit was within reach, but he couldn't move it at all. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a figure slowly emerging in midair. He was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into an ambush? He was cautious by nature. If not, he wouldn't have hidden until now. Who knew that when he confirmed that everyone had entered the world within the fruit, there was still someone outside who had deceived his detection? That voice should be the carrier of Zhu Juyin, Yang Kai, who had made a name for himself in the great cosmological realm. He couldn't help but be shocked. He had no enmity with Yang Kai. It was only because of Jin Wu's instructions that he set up an ambush in the colorful passageway. He thought that he would definitely kill Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Yang Kai was only slightly injured? Only then did he realize that Yang Kai lived up to his reputation. Previously, in order to deal with Ding Yi, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. It was obvious that Yang Kai held a grudge against him. That guy had been hiding his whereabouts all this time in order to plot against him. In a split second, the short man had already understood everything. Although he was panicking in his heart, he did not panic and hurriedly used his mind to communicate with the gourd vine that was wrapped around his body. The 7 small gourds hanging on the vine faintly emitted a 7-colored brilliance. Yang Kai appeared from the void and strode towards the short man. He stretched out his hand, and a huge crescent blade was formed. He coldly looked at the short man not far away and shouted, "Cut!" The moon blade pierced through the air, slicing through the void as it slashed toward the short man. This person was Jin Wu's bearer. Previously, he had plotted against him in the colorful passageway. Since the enmity had been formed, it would not end until one of them was dead. Yang Kai naturally would not be merciful. He had the shadowless gauze, so it was not difficult for him to conceal his presence. Just now, he seemed to have fallen into the world within the fruit, but in fact, he did not touch the fruit at all. Before that, he had already activated the shadowless gauze to hide his presence. After waiting for a while, the short man indeed exposed his whereabouts. This guy also had a method of concealment and obtained a sacred medicine like the gourd vine. If he did not take this opportunity to get rid of him, he would definitely be a problem in the future. Moreover, Yang Kai was also envious of the gourd vine and the 7 small gourds. Pu Baixiong and the small mushroom were sacred medicines and their value was inestimable. However, to Yang Kai, The gourd vine was undoubtedly more attractive. The 7 small gourds on the vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements, and were all of the 5th rank. If he could snatch the gourd vine, it would mean that he would have an endless supply of 5th rank power to use in the future. He did not need it, but those in the star boundary did. He would kill without mercy. The moon blade whistled through the air and slashed in front of the short man in an instant. Just as the man's head was about to be separated from his body, the 7 small gourds wrapped around his body suddenly shone brightly. A rainbow-colored light lingered around him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, forming a solid layer of protection outside his body. With a boom, the moon blade slashed down, but it only cut a hole in the rainbow-colored protection, causing the man's body to tremble slightly. It did not cause much damage to the short man. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the short man had already broken free from the restraints of the law of space. He turned his head and glared at Yang Kai, saying resentfully, "I'll kill you sooner or later." Yang Kai snorted coldly and punched out. On the peak of his fist, a small black dot flashed and disappeared. Collapse. The violent fist energy tore apart the rainbow-colored protection. The short man grunted and spat out blood. He grabbed at the world fruit with a panicked expression and instantly disappeared. Yang Kai strode over. When he turned his fist into a palm strike, he hit empty air. The short man had already rushed into the world within the fruit. Yang Kai did not hesitate and grabbed at the fruit as well. The short man had already been injured by him, so this was a good opportunity to take his life. Yang Kai naturally would not miss this opportunity and was determined to kill him. What made him feel at ease was that when he grabbed the world fruit, he clearly felt a suction force coming from the fruit, pulling his body into a bottomless abyss. It seemed that even if 2 people chose the same world fruit, they could still enter together. He could not help but feel a little curious and expectant. What exactly was the world within the fruit like? He activated his power to protect himself and was secretly on guard. In what seemed like an instant, Yang Kai suddenly arrived in a strange world. Looking around, his eyes were filled with astonishment. He saw that he was in a huge bubble at this moment, and there were even more bubbles around him. They were so densely packed that there was no end in sight. This entire world seemed to be composed of countless bubbles. What surprised him was that the world chi in these bubbles was abnormally abundant, and this world actually had its own world principles, and they were the kind that was relatively complete. With just a glance, Yang Kai realized that if he cultivated in this world, if he wasn't hindered by his aptitude, he could definitely reach the heaven-opening realm. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This was just a world within the fruit, but it could actually allow one to reach the heaven-opening realm. The world fruit was truly extraordinary. No wonder it could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly break through. This should be a low-grade world fruit, because Yang Kai could sense that the 3rd stage of heaven-opening realm was the limit here. This feeling was very vague, but he was certain of it. But before he could investigate anything else, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something unusual from the corner of his eye. He turned his head and saw a figure that appeared distorted under the folding of the bubble's membrane. The figure broke through the bubble's bubble and rushed into another bubble. It was the short man. Yang Kai and the other party had rushed into this world one after the other, and their positions were about the same. The other party had just taken a punch from Yang Kai, and his aura was weak at this moment. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? He shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" Pushing his space principles, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he chased after the other party. With a bang, Yang Kai felt like he had hit a mountain, and his momentum was immediately halted. He saw stars and felt a lump in his throat, and tears were about to flow out of his eyes. On his left and right shoulders, the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong were rolling around, crying out in pain. Yang Kai shook his head and took a step back. Looking up, he could not help but feel a little speechless. The thing in front of him was actually the thin film of the bubble. It was this thin film that had blocked his teleportation and prevented him from smoothly chasing after the other party. Raising his hand, Yang Kai grabbed the little mushroom and Pu Baixiong and threw them into the small sealed world before tearing open the thin film in front of him and rushing into the next bubble. Strangely enough, This thin film cut off his space principles, making it impossible for him to teleport, but it could not stop his tearing force. However, after Yang Kai rushed into the next bubble, the torn gap automatically closed. At this moment, Yang Kai had no time to think too deeply about this matter. Locking his eyes in the direction the short man had escaped, he broke through layer after layer of the thin film and chased after him. After a short while, Yang Kai laughed, "The heavens are helping me," because in his field of vision, when the short man broke into the next bubble, a raging fire suddenly burst out from the bubble, burning him up and making him jump up and down, making him look quite miserable. Before Yang Kai could finish speaking, there was a loud crack and a bolt of lightning struck him, causing him to stagger. Looking around, Yang Kai's face changed as he saw that the bubble he was in was filled with countless lightning snakes that gathered together into a thunderstorm in the blink of an eye, causing him to feel numb all over and shiver uncontrollably. These bubbles also contained many dangers. At first glance, there seemed to be no difference between the bubbles, but after breaking into them, one would realize just how mysterious they were. 10 breaths later, Yang Kai rushed out of the lightning-filled bubble, and the short man also broke free at the same time. He clearly noticed that someone was chasing him from behind, but he didn't look back at all and simply fled. Yang Kai held his breath as he shuttled back and forth between the bubbles in pursuit. This chase went on for an unknown distance, sometimes closing the gap between them, sometimes distancing themselves. Yang Kai gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. If it weren't for these strange bubbles, with his space principles, wouldn't it have been easy for him to chase after this person? However, these bubbles could cut off his teleportation, causing him to feel quite resentful. A few days later, Yang Kai stopped, panting in exhaustion. Dozens of bubbles in front of him. The short man also sat down and sprawled out on the ground. After a few days of chasing, whether it was Yang Kai or this short man, both of them were a little exhausted and had to stop to rest. Yang Kai crazily stuffed spirit pills into his mouth and shouted, "Run! Run as fast as you can! When this king catches you, he will definitely let you taste all the torture in the world." The short man struggled to get up and stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, gasping for breath. "What will it take for you to let me go?" Yang Kai sneered, "Let you go? Do you think it's possible? Not to mention that you attacked this king and tried to kill this king. As a bearer, there will be a life and death battle between you and me. Instead of waiting for trouble in the future, it's better to deal with you here and now." Chapter 4101. Seeing that Yang Kai was not going to give up, the short man was furious. "Yang Kai, don't think I'm afraid of you. I just don't want to fight a meaningless battle and let others take advantage of me." Yang Kai laughed sinisterly. "Killing you is not a meaningless battle. If you want to live, it's simple. Leave your gourd vine behind and I won't chase you." The man surnamed Go said angrily, "Then come and chase me. Let's see who's faster, you or me." If he had not been punched by Yang Kai, he would not have had to flee so pathetically. With the gourd vine in his hand, why would he need to fear anyone in the great cosmological realm? It was just that the punch from before made him feel really uncomfortable. If it were not for the protection of the gourd vine, he would have been smashed to pieces by that punch. The two of them continued to quarrel as they recovered. Obviously, neither of them wanted to let the other rest in peace. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai got up, tore open the membrane in front of him, and rushed forward. The man surnamed Go was shocked. He did not care that the spirit pill in his stomach had not completely dissolved and hurriedly fled. In the following dozens of days, the man surnamed Go could be said to be living a life worse than death. Yang Kai's recovery ability was obviously much stronger than his. Often, before he could recover much of his strength, Yang Kai would be full of energy and would chase after him, forcing him to flee in panic. The injuries on his body did not receive effective treatment and recuperation. Not only did he not recover much, but they also showed signs of worsening. He knew that this could not go on. If this continued, Yang Kai would catch up to him one day. At that time, he would not even have the strength to fight back. Over the past few days, the distance between Yang Kai and him was constantly closing. At first, there were still dozens of air bubbles between them, but now there were only a few air bubbles left. It could be said that they were very close. Along the way, he had also been constantly exploring the mysteries of this world in an attempt to comprehend the mystery of this place and then take the world fruit. Unfortunately, after so many days, he still did not gain anything. Not only him, but Yang Kai was also the same. This entire world was made up of countless bubbles. Each bubble was similar in size, and there was no difference at all. Although Yang Kai had chased the man all the way and forced him into a difficult situation, he was secretly anxious. After all, so many days had passed. Who knew what was going on outside? If they missed the closing time of the land of the ancients, wouldn't they be trapped here for the rest of their lives? At that time, he would not be able to leave, and he and the others would most likely suffer as well. Therefore, Yang Kai spared no effort in his pursuit. Only by getting rid of this guy as soon as possible could he explore the mysteries of this place. After another round of meditation, Yang Kai didn't have time to recover all of his strength. He got up, tore through the bubble's membrane, and charged toward the man surnamed Go. This time, the other party didn't run away. He just sat there cross-legged and looked over coldly. There was a trace of determination in his ferocious gaze. Yang Kai grinned. How could he not know that this guy had no choice but to fight with his life on the line? This was what he wanted to see. In a flash, Yang Kai had already rushed through several bubbles and arrived at the bubble where the man surnamed Go was. After several dozen days, this was the first time the two of them were facing each other at such a close distance. Condense. Yang Kai formed a seal with one hand and activated the space principle, immediately sealing the space inside the bubble. This way, the man surnamed Go would not be able to escape easily unless he broke through the space barrier. If the other party really did so, it would definitely give him an opportunity to take advantage of. It seems that you and I can only meet in life and death. What a pity. I didn't want to send you on your way so quickly, but you forced my hand. The man surnamed Go didn't panic. Instead, there was a sense of certainty in his voice. Saying so, he let out a long breath and slowly stood up. As he stood up, his originally somewhat dispirited aura began to soar. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and said, "It's still not certain who will send who on their way, so don't boast so early. It won't look good on you later." The two men's gazes collided and sparks flashed. In the next moment, the two of them attacked at the same time, as if they had discussed this beforehand. Yang Kai flicked his fingers and sent a series of moon blades whistling forward, covering a large area and shattering space wherever the moon blades passed. The man surnamed Go formed a series of seals with his hands and sent a giant, all spinning through the air. Tao Breaker Seal. This divine technique was specifically designed to counter Tao seals and was extremely powerful. Yang Kai had suffered a loss once before, and Dingy had also almost lost his life to this technique. Having already seen it twice, Yang Kai was naturally prepared. He divided a part of his concentration to stabilize his Tao seal, not allowing it to move. At the same time, with a slight thought, the moon blade he sent out whizzed back towards the Tao Breaker seal, strangling it. Sizzling sounds rang out incessantly, and in the blink of an eye, the Tao Breaker seal disappeared. The moon blade did not lose any of its power and once again struck towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go let out a roar as golden light filled his entire body. The power of the seventh stage metal elemental force surged, turning him into a golden man in an instant. He swung his fists and smashed them into the crescent blade, shattering it. The metal element was mainly used to attack and was very aggressive. Yang Kai's face was filled with envy. He had almost completely condensed the power of the 5 elements, and now he was only missing the metal element. He was secretly annoyed. Why wasn't the divine spirit looking for him Jin Wu, but Zhu Juyin instead? If it was Jin Wu, he could use the power of his inner core to condense the 7th rank metal element. Once the 5 elements power was completed, he would be half a step into the heaven-opening realm. He only needed the yin and yang elements to enter the heaven-opening realm. Unfortunately, it was fate. Since Zhu Juyin had found him to be the bearer, Jin Wu would not let him go. This was the root cause of this battle. After breaking the moon blades, the man surnamed Go's momentum did not falter. His short figure was like a bull as he charged at Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. His fist, which was surrounded by the 7th-rank metal element power, was aimed at Yang Kai's chest. Before the fist arrived, the sharp aura had already eroded Yang Kai. He felt pain on his skin and his clothes were torn. However, he did not dodge. His expression was indifferent as he looked at the man surnamed Go mockingly. In the next moment, the man surnamed Go's expression changed slightly. No matter how hard he tried, his fist could not hit Yang Kai. It was always half a foot away from him. He clearly felt that he was constantly breaking through, but the distance between them was not shortened at all. It was very strange. When Yang Kai seized the Tai pure divine water, he encountered the restriction of heaven and earth. He gained a lot from comprehending it and opened a new door on the great path of space. After these days, he became more and more skilled in using this method of space extension. The man surnamed Go could not shorten the distance between them, just like how he could not shorten the distance between him and the White Jade Trough. The space between them was extending. It seemed to be motionless, but it was moving like thunder. After 10 breaths, the man surnamed Go ran out of energy and his momentum fell. At this moment, Yang Kai pointed his finger and said indifferently, "Die." On the tip of his finger, a small golden crow flew out and cried. It rapidly enlarged in the man surnamed Go's vision as if it was going to envelop him completely. The golden crow true fire was extremely terrifying. It was even stronger than his golden crow power, so if he was really burned by this golden crow, he would not have a good end. At this critical moment of life and death, the man surnamed Go no longer dared to hide his strength. With a shake of his arm, the gourd vine shot out as if it had a mind of its own, penetrating the golden crow's body and breaking it apart. It then went straight for Yang Kai's forehead. On the gourd vine, the power of yin and yang and 5 elements lingered, breaking through his space extension and arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai's face changed slightly and he leaned back, barely avoiding this blow. The man surnamed Go did not show any mercy. He held the gourd vine in his hand and used it like a whip. With a shake of his hand, the gourd vine turned into circles and came down on Yang Kai. Yang Kai dodged several times, but he could not get rid of it. Seeing that he was about to be enveloped by the gourd vine, he immediately shouted and stretched out his hand, grasping the black dragon spear in his hand and thrusting it forward with his heart. There was no pattern to this spear attack. It seemed to be a casual attack, but it was exquisite as it hit the center of the countless circles. A violent force exploded as the man surnamed Go grunted and took a few steps back. Yang Kai suddenly broke free. Without stopping, the spear shot out like a dragon, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped the man surnamed Go. The sudden change in attack and defense shocked the man surnamed Go. He never thought that Yang Kai would have such outstanding attainments in the way of the spear. With his attack broken, he could only passively defend. For a time, the two were locked in a fierce battle inside the bubble. They were evenly matched. However, the more they fought, the more the man surnamed Go became alarmed. The spear in Yang Kai's hand was like a living creature, attacking the weak points of his defense every time, causing him to break out in cold sweat. It was not all luck that he was chosen by the Golden Crow. The divine spirits had their own criteria for choosing their bearers. If one's foundation was insufficient, the divine spirits would not favor them. He had relied on his own strength to become a bearer. He had been nurtured by the Golden Crow for many years, entered the land of the ancients, and obtained the gourd vine. He thought that no one in the entire great cosmological abyss would be his match, but who knew that someone would be able to take advantage of him? After several dangerous encounters, the man surnamed Go finally determined that he was not Yang Kai's opponent with his current means. The spear in his opponent's hand was definitely extraordinary, as it was able to clash with his gourd vines without being damaged. On top of that, there was also a faint divine spirit aura coming from it, making it difficult for him to react quickly. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and shouted, "I didn't want to use this move, but you have the ability to make me use it. It's your honor to die under this move." Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He knew that the guy in front of him was about to use some kind of trump card, but he still had some tricks up his sleeve. He immediately sneered, "How dare you boast so shamelessly? I'll knock your teeth out later. Whether I'm boasting shamelessly or not, you can experience it for yourself. The man surnamed Go snorted and shouted, "Rise!" As he spoke, he shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourds on it rolled down one after another. Yang Kai swung his spear and retreated, his eyes cold and vigilant. He had seen the abilities of these 7 small gourds, and each of them was extremely extraordinary. He had been secretly on guard before, but who knew that the other party had not used it? Was he going to borrow the power of the gourds now? Chapter 4102. The 7 gourd brothers were all extraordinary and could summon the power of the 5th stage. An ordinary cultivator was no match for them. After all, there were not many cultivators who could summon the power of the 5th stage and could not resist the power of the 7 gourd brothers. However, Yang Kai was not afraid. The power of the 5 elements he could summon was at the 7th stage at the very least, so how could he be afraid of the 5th stage? The 7 gourd brothers rolled down the gourd vine and assumed different postures, looking majestic. Before they could announce their names, the man surnamed Go suddenly shook the gourd vine again. The gourd vine pierced straight through and under Yang Kai's stunned gaze. It pierced through eldest baby's back and came out from his chest. Strangely enough, although eldest baby was pierced through by the gourd vine, he was not injured at all. The gourd vine did not slow down and passed through second baby, followed by third baby, fourth baby. In the blink of an eye, the 7 gourd brothers were strung together like a gourd. Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. He thought that the 7 gourd brothers were the man surnamed Go's final trump card, but who knew that there were more variables? Without any hesitation, he activated all of his strength. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the might of a dragon filled the air. The black dragon's spear seemed to transform into a giant dragon as it pounced towards the man surnamed Go. The man surnamed Go just looked at Yang Kai indifferently, as if he was looking down at an ant. He shook the gourd vine and met the black dragon's spear head-on. With a loud bang, Yang Kai only felt a terrifying force hit him head-on, and he was sent flying uncontrollably. Even the giant dragon phantom on the blue dragon's spear dimmed from the impact. Yang Kai hit the bubble and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened. The power of the heaven opening? In that instant of contact, he actually felt the rich power of the heaven opening from the gourd vine. This power was far beyond the man surnamed Go's own power, and it was also beyond his current power. He suffered a great loss in just one exchange. At this moment, the 7 small gourds that were pierced by the gourd vine turned into 7 colored lights that surged into the gourd vine, causing the gourd vine to change colors and become extremely gorgeous. The power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and fused within it, reinforcing and restraining each other, turning into a cycle that evolved into endless profundities. When a cultivator reached splitting the heavens, they had to condense the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements to create a world within their body. Only then would they be able to unleash the might of the world without any external help. This was also the biggest reason why splitting the heavens were above the Emperor realm. Yang Kai himself had not cultivated to this level, but he had seen others advance to split the heavens with his own eyes. When Bai Qi had broken through to the 5th stage, he had been observing from the side. At that time, it was fortunate that he had given Bai Qi some heaven and earth source liquid. Otherwise, Bai Qi would have already died. The scene of that day was still vivid in his mind, just like what he saw in front of him. Yin, yang, and the 5 elements intertwined and merged, reinforcing and restraining each other. The 7 small gourds on the gourd vine corresponded to the power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Just like how a cultivator could condense the power of the 7 elements, this gourd vine could actually evolve the power of splitting the heavens. Moreover, it was the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. After all, each of the small gourds displayed the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. In other words, what the man surnamed Go was holding right now was a powerful killing weapon that could freely unleash the power of a 5th stage splitting the heavens. Yang Kai's hair stood on end. Although he was powerful, he was far from being a match for a 5th stage splitting the heavens. He still had this much self-awareness. A 5th stage splitting the heavens was Yuhi's level. With his current strength, Facing such an existence in his current state, only death would await him. Without even thinking about it, he turned around and tore through the bubble, madly fleeing. The originally favorable situation immediately turned into one of crisis. The man surnamed Go's cold voice came from behind him. "Where can you run to? Since you forced me to use this move, you can die without regrets." With the sound of something tearing through the air, Yang Kai felt a chill from head to toe, as if a poisonous snake was chasing after him. Turning his head, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. He saw that the man surnamed Go was still standing in place, but the gourd vine in his hand continued to extend, bombarding him. Wherever it passed, the bubbles would explode, unable to stop the attack of the gourd vine. If this were any other place, Yang Kai could still use teleportation to dodge, but in this world of bubbles, his freedom was greatly restricted. Although he did his utmost to stimulate his space principles to extend the surrounding space, he was unable to stop the pursuit of the gourd vine. His principles were completely destroyed by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine, so he was unable to do anything. In just 3 breaths of time, the gourd vine was only a meter behind him. Yang Kai was unable to dodge. Sensing the terrifying power of the gourd vine, he clenched his teeth and turned around, pouring his strength into the blue dragon spear as he jabbed at the gourd vine. With a boom, Yang Kai was sent flying, blood wildly spurting from his mouth. The gourd vine's attack was also blocked. Once again slamming into the membrane, Kai Yang's body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Even his bones had been broken in that instant. The pain was heart-wrenching, but his eyes lit up. Not only was he not startled, his eyes instead revealed a look of ecstasy. Previously, he had been shocked by the heaven-splitting power of the gourd vine and really believed that the man surnamed Go could display the power of a 5th-stage heaven-splitting. But now that he had come into contact with it, he realized that he had been scaring himself. After fusing with the 7 small gourds, the gourd vine could indeed display the power of a 5th-stage heaven-splitting. But the man surnamed Go's strength was insufficient, so he was unable to fully activate the power of the gourd vine. The power he could display now was at most the power of a 2nd or 3rd stage heaven-splitting. Otherwise, even with the blue dragon spear blocking that attack, he would not have been able to survive. Perhaps this was also related to the special world principles here. This was a low-rank world fruit, so its limit was the 3rd stage heaven-splitting, so it was difficult for it to contain power beyond that level. And at this level, if it was at this level, then he could fight. Realizing this, how could Yang Kai still try to escape? Instead, he arched his back and instead of retreating, he charged towards the man surnamed Go. The other party stood in place, his eyes drooping as he softly said, "Did you notice? So what if you did? The power of a heaven-splitting realm is not something a mere Emperor Realm Master like you can resist. Die." The gourd vine pierced through the air again, but Yang Kai's spear shadows filled the sky as he displayed the full power of the great unrestrained spear technique. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of collisions occurred, and the bubbles were annihilated one after another. Violent energy swept out, and a brilliant halo of light exploded. Yang Kai was once again sent flying, but before he could stabilize himself, the gourd vine had already closed in on him, its heaven-splitting power sweeping out in all directions, intent on killing him. Yang Kai swallowed the surging blood in his throat, gritted his teeth, and waved his spear in a desperate struggle against the gourd vine. He was sent flying again and again, coughing up blood time and time again, a tragic sight to behold. He was completely at a disadvantage, unable to fight back against the man surnamed Go. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry, and his blood-filled eyes were filled with confidence. The man surnamed Go flew into a rage. "Why haven't you died yet?" Saying so, he sent Yang Kai flying again, gasping for breath. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Kai Yang grabbed his twisted left arm and twisted it slightly, reattaching it back into his body. Grinning, he said, "My life is very tough. You won't be able to kill me with your abilities." He had the wood attribute condensed from the immortal tree's essence and a dragon vein. So in terms of recovery ability, there were few people in this world who could surpass him. As long as he wasn't killed in a single blow, no matter how serious his injuries were, he could recover. Although the heaven-splitting strength of a second or third stage cultivator was powerful, and Yang Kai was unable to fight back, they still couldn't kill him here. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai wiped the blood from his eyes, allowing his vision to recover slightly before looking at the man surnamed Go with a playful expression. "How long can you last?" Yang Kai slowly said, "As an Emperor Realm Master, how could you not pay a price for forcibly using heaven-splitting strength? I'm afraid this price is not small, otherwise you wouldn't have been hiding it all this time and would have used this move long ago. Is your Dao Seal still stable? Can your body still hold up? It looks like the one who's going to die is you, bastard." Yang Kai pointed his spear forward in an extremely provocative manner. The man surnamed Go's face was extremely gloomy. Yang Kai was right. As an Emperor Realm Master, forcibly using heaven-splitting strength was indeed impossible without paying a price. Every time he activated the Gourd Vine, it would cause damage to Yang Kai, but it would also cause a huge impact to his body, soul, and Dao Seal. If this continued, before he could kill Yang Kai, he would likely die from the backlash of this Gourd Vine. The man surnamed Go gritted his teeth and declared, "Before I die, I will definitely drag you down with me." Saying so, he suddenly shook the Gourd Vine again and madly poured his strength into it, causing a 7-colored light to rapidly circulate around it. At the same time, the man surnamed Go's flesh and blood began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, he had consumed too much of his strength and could not bear it any longer. The arm holding the Gourd Vine began to bleed profusely. Yang Kai's expression became solemn, knowing that the other party was going all out. Success or failure would all depend on this move. This was the moment he had been waiting for. In the next moment, the Gourd Vine tore through the air. This attack was even more terrifying than the previous ones, giving Yang Kai a feeling that it had surpassed the low-rank heaven-splitting strength and had reached the mid-rank. Not daring to neglect, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he shouted, "Golden Crow Cast Sun." A loud and clear bird cry rang out as a golden sun slowly rose from behind him. In an instant, it emitted a dazzling light, and a terrifying aura surged from the sun. Golden crows were dancing and frolicking in the sun, causing the expression of the man surnamed Go to change slightly. He had long heard that Yang Kai had comprehended a divine technique Dharma idol, but this was the first time he had seen it with his own eyes. Even though they were enemies, he could not help feeling admiration for this young man. This kind of talent was truly extraordinary. When the first elder of the Scarlet Star sect saw the Golden Crow cast Sun Divine Technique Dharma idol, he had said that with this divine technique Dharma idol, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he had the qualifications to compete with a low-rank heaven-splitting strength. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this divine technique Dharma idol was. Yang Kai raised his spear and thrust the great sun at the tip of his spear, sending it crashing towards the Gourd Vine. Chapter 4103. Yang Kai had the Golden Crow casting Sun Divine technique aspect, while the man surnamed Go had the Gourd Vine's heaven-splitting power. Both of them could display power on par with a low-rank heaven-splitting master, so it could be said that they had met their match. In the world inside the fruit, the great sun shone brilliantly as the Gourd Vine pierced through the heavens and shattered the void. The collision of the two was like the collision of two stars. With a loud bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out and the surrounding bubbles burst one after another, disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot as he poured all of his strength into this spear attack, but how could the man surnamed Go not do the same? Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the heavens and earth changed color as countless void cracks appeared in the world inside the fruit. Obviously, this world could not withstand the impact of this violent power. Yang Kai coughed up blood as he was sent flying backwards. The great sun was annihilated. The man surnamed Go coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face suddenly paled. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body as the 7-colored light on the Gourd Vine dimmed and 7 new gourd fruits were formed as he was sent flying like a ragged sack. This collision resulted in both sides suffering heavy losses. Neither Yang Kai nor the man surnamed Go was able to gain the slightest advantage over the other. As soon as he landed, Yang Kai urged his strength to get up, but unexpectedly, he was unable to do so. The blow just now had exhausted almost all of his strength, and at this moment, whether it was his physical body or his Dao seal, they had both reached their limits. If he tried to force himself, it might leave behind some irreparable damage. Yang Kai was shocked, never having expected that this battle would end up like this. He secretly reflected that he could not underestimate the heroes of the world. This man surnamed Go was not famous before, but now he possessed such terrifying strength, and this was only a divine spirit bearer. So what kind of amazing abilities did the others have? Of course, this guy's ability was based on the gourd vine. Fortunately, he could not get up, and the man surnamed Go was also lying there motionless. This guy had forcibly stimulated the heaven-splitting power with his emperor body, so the damage he suffered was not much better than Yang Kai's. Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk the bubbles in the world continued to burst as if a chain reaction had been set off by the impact of the two people's strength. They could not be stopped at all, and the rate at which they were bursting was becoming faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, all the bubbles had burst, leaving only a palm-sized bubble floating in the air. This bubble was heaven-splitting fruit had not been noticed by Yang Kai or Go. They had chased after each other and broken through countless bubbles, but they had never seen this one before. When the other bubbles burst, it became extremely unique. Yang Kai blinked his blood-red eyes and stared at the bubble, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he realized that this bubble should be the key to this world fruit. If he could refine this bubble, he might be able to obtain this world fruit. At this moment, he did not even had the strength, could not even strength, could Kai. Yang Kai had only crawled a few steps when he suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle. Turning his head, he cursed in his heart. His attention had been attracted by the bubble, and he had completely forgotten about Go. The other party had actually used the gourd vine to wrap around his ankle, and in the next moment, Yang Kai was pulled behind Go by the gourd vine, tumbling several times before he could stabilize himself. Yang Kai had been relatively close to the bubble, but after being pulled by Go, he was now even closer to the other party. Obviously, Go had also realized the uniqueness of the bubble, and at this moment, he also began crawling towards it. What made Yang Kai feel lucky was that although he had been pulled back by the gourd vine, he had not suffered any damage. Obviously, Go did not have the extra strength to deal with him. Otherwise, he would not have let him go so easily. Yang Kai was furious and chased after him with all his might. At this moment, the two of them wriggled forward like two maggots, approaching the bubble little by little. Go's injuries were obviously more serious, and he was soon overtaken by Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him with disdain and said, "Wait until I get this world fruit, then I'll come and take your dog life." Go's face darkened, and he did not say a word as he swung the gourd vine in his hand again. Yang Kai was dragged back again. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he cursed as he raised the black dragon spear in his hand and poked at the gourd vine. With a cry, the 7 gourd vines on the gourd vine all grew eyes and stared at Yang Kai pitifully, saying in unison, "You're hurting us." Yang Kai ignored them and poked with all his strength, finally breaking free from the gourd vine. Go shook the gourd vine, and the 7 small gourd vines on the gourd vine rolled down and turned into the 7 gourd brothers. However, at this moment, the 7 gourd brothers were also dispirited. It was obvious that the collision with Yang Kai just now had caused them to suffer great injuries as well as Yuan Qi. The 7 gourd brothers were lying on the ground. Eldest baby said weakly, "I am eldest baby." Second baby said, "I am second baby." Third baby said, "I am third baby." The 7 gourd brothers announced their names one by one and huddled together like a mountain, saying in unison, "We are the 7 gourd brothers." Go was furious. "Shut up, all of you. Hold him back." The 7 gourd brothers immediately hugged Yang Kai, grabbing his hair and arms. It was unknown which one of them ran to Yang Kai's side and hugged Yang Kai's leg, assuming a posture that prevented him from moving forward. Yang Kai was speechless as he watched Go slowly approach the bubble. With a thought, he summoned Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Grape asked in surprise, "What's going on?" He and Little Mushroom were taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai after entering this fruit world, so they knew nothing about what had just happened. As soon as they came out, They saw the seven gourd brothers making things difficult for Yang Kai and couldn't help feeling surprised. Little Mushroom grabbed her mushroom cap with both hands and asked weakly, "Gourd brothers, what are you doing?" How could the seven gourd brothers have time to pay attention to her? All of them were crawling onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai called out, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and help get them away." Pu Baixiong rolled his eyes and suddenly put his hands on his hips as he stood beside Yang Kai and laughed. "Little bastard. It seems you've also had a day like this." Looking down at Yang Kai with a smug look on his face, he laughed arrogantly. Yang Kai's face went black. Pu Baixiong was a traitor, and now that he had fallen from grace, there was no telling how Pu Baixiong was going to humiliate him. "When you bullied this Uncle Pu, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you? When you picked my grapes, you didn't expect this moment to come, did you?" Pu Baixiong squatted down and pinched Yang Kai's nose with his two roots, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yang Kai angrily shouted, "What do you want? I'm warning you. Don't be so arrogant, or you'll suffer." Pu Baixiong snorted twice and stood up. "You dare threaten this uncle? If it weren't for you being a good boy, this uncle wouldn't have cared if you lived or died." After pausing for a moment, he grinned meaningfully. "Call me Uncle Pu, and I'll help you." "Uncle Pu." Yang Kai opened his mouth. Pu Baixiong was startled, blinked, and said angrily, "Why don't you feel the slightest sense of shame?" Shaking his head for a moment, he walked over to Kai Yang's body and kicked away the gourds that were wrapped around him. The little mushroom was trembling in fear as it watched from the side. However, Pu Baixiong was only a sacred medicine that had transformed, and his sacred medicine couldn't compare to the seven gourds at all, so it had no battle power at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the seven gourds had used up too much energy, how could he have bullied them? After kicking away two, the other two seven gourds pounced on him and grabbed his roots to wrestle with him, causing Pu Baixiong to cry out loudly, "Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Stop fighting!" The little mushroom was trying to mediate from the side, but it was caught off guard and was punched by someone. Its eyes turned black as it sat on the ground and cried loudly, its tears flowing like a river. Pu Baixiong's four roots were grabbed by the two seven gourds and couldn't move. He turned his head and shouted at the little mushroom, "What are you crying for? Go and grab the vines." The little mushroom cried even more fiercely. Pu Baixiong shouted, "Why aren't you going? Uncle Pu is going to beat your seven gourd brothers to death." The little mushroom was shocked and hurriedly stopped crying. It crawled up and rushed toward the man surnamed Go. The commotion here naturally couldn't escape the observation of the man surnamed Go. He wriggled his body and moved toward the remaining bubble step by step. At this moment, he was only 300 meters away from the bubble. Seeing the little mushroom rush over, he snorted coldly and didn't care. He had seen the two sacred medicines Yang Kai had before, and they didn't seem to have much battle power. Although he had a weak body, he wasn't afraid of a mere sacred medicine. If it really pissed him off, he wouldn't mind swallowing it in one go. The little mushroom rushed in front of him and stared at him. It suddenly bowed deeply and said crisply, "Can you give me your seven gourd vines?" Scram! The man surnamed Go shouted angrily. The little mushroom's face turned pale as it took a few steps back in fear. It turned its head to look at the seven gourds and Pu Baixiong who were tangled together. It gritted its teeth and suddenly opened its mouth to blow at the man surnamed Go. "I'm going to save the seven gourd brothers. You can sleep for a while." The man surnamed Go suddenly felt the world spin around him. His soul sank as boundless tiredness flooded his mind and drowned him. "You." The man surnamed Go didn't say a word before his body suddenly relaxed and he fell to the ground, snoring loudly. I'm sorry. The little mushroom kept bowing and apologizing. It rushed to the man's large hand and struggled to pry open his palm, grabbing the seven gourd vines. With a light shake, the seven gourds that were entangled with Yang Kai and Pu Baixiong turned into seven streaks of light and rushed into the seven gourd vines. In the next moment, seven gourds appeared on the seven gourd vines, each of them saying, so tired. Now I can have a good rest." After saying that, they all closed their eyes and quietly hung there without moving. Although they were sacred medicines and had strong vitality, They had been driven by the man surnamed Go to fight Yang Kai. They had consumed a lot of energy, so they had to take a good rest. Chapter 4104. Without the restraints of the gourds, Pu Baixiong regained his freedom and lay on Yang Kai's body with his arms and legs spread out. He laughed and said, "Stinky brat, you took advantage of me. You also got the gourd vine. Let me tell you, these little gourds have delicate skin and tender flesh. They taste delicious. If they can be stewed, what are you going to do?" As he spoke, Pu Baixiong was shocked because he was suddenly caught in Kai Yang's hand, and his eyes were staring at the top of his head. Looking at Yang Kai's eyes, how could he not know what Yang Kai was planning? He quickly covered his head with his roots and shouted, "Stinky brat, you can't bite the hand that feeds you. I just helped you." Yang Kai swallowed his saliva and said, "One, just one. You have so many grapes, it doesn't matter if you lose one." Regardless of whether Yang Kai agreed or not, he reached out and plucked a grape from Pu Baixiong's head and threw it directly into his mouth. The pure medicinal power exploded in his mouth, and Yang Kai felt that his exhausted body was suddenly greatly nourished and his strength quickly returned. Yang Kai had tried the effect of these grapes before and knew that its medicinal power was extraordinary. If not, he would not have had such thoughts about Pu Baixiong. Although the man surnamed Go was knocked unconscious by the small mushroom, who knew when he would wake up, it was better to recover his strength as soon as possible. Pu Baixiong held his head with both hands and sat on Yang Kai's chest and cursed, "Little heartless brat, Uncle Pu saved you for nothing." While cursing, his roots danced and swept Yang Kai's body, but with his strength, how could he hurt Yang Kai? In less than half an incense stick's time, Yang Kai was full of energy again. Although he had not fully recovered, he had at least recovered 60% of his strength. The effect of the grapes was still working, and with his own recovery ability, it would only take a few days for him to return to his peak. Pu Baixiong stood up and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to make any more noise. He timidly glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't intend to settle accounts with him, he flattered, "Master, that gourd vine is good stuff. Don't miss it." There was no need for him to say this. Yang Kai had suffered a great loss before. It could be said that the reason why the man surnamed Go could fight him to such an extent was because of the power of the gourd vine. While the man's strength was not bad, there was still a gap between him and the current Yang Kai. He called Little Mushroom over and took the gourd vine from her hands. Yang Kai waved it casually, and the 7 gourds on the vine said in unison, "Don't be noisy, we're sleeping." Pu Baixiong said from the side, "Master, this gourd vine is very particular. Whoever holds the vine will be able to control these 7 little things." "You don't need to refine it?" Yang Kai was surprised. Pu Baixiong thought deeply and said uncertainly, "There's no need, right?" Yang Kai thought about it and felt that it was as Pu Baixiong said. The gourd vine didn't need to be refined to display its power. After all, it was a saint medicine, an existence of the same nature as Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. How could something like this be refined? This also explained why Little Mushroom was able to make the gourds return to the vine after obtaining it. Yang Kai was overjoyed. This gourd vine was a great killing tool. Now that he had obtained it, his strength would soar by a large margin. However, this was still an external force. For a cultivator, their own strength was the foundation. Although Yang Kai was happy, he didn't let it go to his head. For him, the greatest value of this gourd vine was the 5th grade strength it contained. With this saint medicine in hand, it meant that he would have an endless supply of 5th grade strength to use in the future, and he could continuously create 5th grade splitting the heavens. This thing was priceless. If this thing was taken out into the outside world, it would definitely be a treasure that could suppress the destiny of a region. It couldn't be exposed easily, otherwise, it would definitely lead to a fatal disaster. Carefully putting the gourd vine into his sealed world bead, Yang Kai found that his sealed world bead could accommodate it. Only then did he relax and directly plant the gourd vine in his medicine garden. Although the sealed world bead was also a world of its own, its world principles were not perfect. It could accommodate ordinary living creatures, but it couldn't accommodate heaven-opening realm existences because heaven-opening realm cultivators had miniature universe worlds inside their bodies. Forcibly accommodating them would only cause the sealed world bead to become unstable, and in serious cases, it might even break. Grabbing Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom, Yang Kai put them on his shoulders and stepped forward, arriving next to the man surnamed Go in a flash. The sound of his snoring was endless. This guy was sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Although Little Mushroom wasn't good at frontal conflict, she was still the human form of the profound colored illusory mushroom. If he didn't find a way to save her, it wouldn't be surprising if this man surnamed Go slept for a year or so. Yang Kai leaned over, took off the man's space ring, and searched it carefully, but he couldn't find an identity token. He had used the Tao-breaking seal time and time again, so Su Zhan had even suspected that he came from Purple Jade Blessed Land. If this was the case, then he must have an identity token on him. This identity token was not only a symbol of identity as a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land, but it was also likely to contain the divine technique left behind by their masters. If their life was in danger, this divine technique would be triggered. How could Yang Kai not be careful? However, there was no identity token on him, which meant that this guy wasn't a disciple of Purple Jade Blessed Land. Being able to use the Tao-breaking seal was probably taught to him by Jin Wu. Just like how Zhu Juyin had taught Yang Kai the reverse yin-yang 5 elements profound universe, it was very likely that Jin Wu had a bearer from Purple Jade Blessed Land many years ago, so it wasn't surprising that he knew about the Tao-breaking seal. After confirming that there was no danger, Yang Kai slammed his palm down, his strength surging, and with a muffled groan, the sleeping man surnamed Go exploded into dust, not even his bones remaining. Since the other party had tried to take his life, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't show any mercy. After dealing with this man surnamed Go, Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the only bubble. If his guess was correct, this bubble was the key to this world inside the fruit. Previously, this entire world had been composed of countless bubbles, each of which was extremely large, but this bubble was only the size of a palm. Yang Kai walked up to the bubble and carefully examined it, but he couldn't find anything special about it. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, easily holding the bubble in his palm. With a slight force, the bubble burst with a bang. Pu Baixiong called out in shock, "Master, you broke it." Yang Kai was also dumbfounded. He didn't use much strength just now. He didn't expect the bubble to be so fragile. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, his vision flashed. When he came back to his senses, he was already standing under a large tree. The tree's canopy covered the sky, and there were thousands of sparkling and translucent fruits hanging on the branches. It was the 3,000-world tree. "It's out?" Yang Kai was puzzled, and just as he was puzzled, he felt an extra object in his hand, and when he looked at it, it was a world fruit. He didn't know when he had plucked the fruit. The fruit wasn't big, only the size of a palm, about the same size as the bubble. It was crystal clear, fragrant, and enticing, causing Yang Kai's Adam's apple to move. Pu Baixiong's eyes lit up as he stared at the world fruit. The little mushroom swallowed its saliva and said, "This fruit looks delicious." Yang Kai carefully sensed it and found that it was indeed a low-grade world fruit, which could allow a low-grade world fruit to advance by 1 grade, with the limit being the 3rd grade. In other words, it was useless for a 3rd-grade world fruit, as it couldn't advance to the 4th grade, which was the middle-grade world fruit. Only the middle-grade world fruit was effective for a 3rd-grade world fruit. Yang Kai put away the world fruit and thought back carefully. He had caught the last bubble in the world within the fruit, and then he had plucked the world fruit. Now, it seemed that the last bubble was indeed the key. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he had broken all the other bubbles in his battle with the man surnamed Go. Otherwise, where would he have found such a small bubble? This thing was hidden in countless bubbles, and it was pitifully small, so no one would pay attention to it. It was only a low-grade world fruit, so even if it was valuable, it wouldn't be too valuable. Yang Kai looked up at the world tree, and when he glanced at it, he was stunned. At this moment, there were still 2,999 fruits left on the tree. In other words, the one he had put away was the only one that had been plucked. Had the others not come out yet? Previously, there had been hundreds of people who had entered different worlds within the fruit. Yang Kai had been entangled with the man surnamed Go for many days, so he had thought that he was the slowest. Who would have thought that he would come out first? After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai looked down the mountain and was startled. Pu Baixiong followed his gaze and asked suspiciously, "Master, what are you looking at?" "Those people." Yang Kai stared down and saw that there were many cultivators moving forward, wanting to go down the mountain. These cultivators were the ones who had previously retreated. Su Zhan had said that although the world fruit was amazing, if they were trapped in the world within the fruit, they would never be able to escape for the rest of their lives. At that time, many people were afraid and returned the way they had come. However, the path up the mountain was difficult, and the path down the mountain was also very dangerous. From time to time, there would be insect mists and lightning attacks, causing them to be flustered. Grape was puzzled. "What's there to see about those people?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't you find it strange? We've been in the world within the fruit for at least a month. Why haven't they come down the mountain yet?" Grape seemed to think seriously for a moment and nodded. "Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Unless the time in the world within the fruit is different from the outside world. He had been entangled with the man surnamed Go in the world within the fruit for more than a month, but not much time had passed in the outside world. With a wave of his hand, one of the cultivators was pulled closer. This person was the closest to Yang Kai, and was in the middle of dodging a lightning attack. When he suddenly returned to the mountain peak, he wanted to cry but had no tears. "Lord Yang, please spare my life. I am Tian, and my leader is also friends with you. Master, please spare my life." Yang Kai gently said, "Don't be afraid. I have something to ask you." "Please ask, Master. I will tell you everything I know. How long has it been since your leader entered the world within the fruit?" The cultivator was startled. He didn't know why Yang Kai would ask about this, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He hurriedly said, "Only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." As expected, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Just as he had guessed, the time in the world within the fruit was completely different from the outside world. Chapter 4105. He had been a little worried that he had spent too much time in the world within the fruit and was in danger of falling into the land of immortality. Now, it seemed that this worry was unnecessary. No wonder he had taken the lead before the others had come out. The time in the world within the fruit was different from the outside world. He had spent more than a month in the world fruit, but only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. Letting go of Tian's cultivator and patting his shoulder, Yang Kai said, "Be careful when you go down the mountain." The cultivator was a little bewildered, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He thanked Yang Kai and went down the mountain again. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the fruits on the tree. His eyes flickered. Suddenly, his figure blurred as he pounced in front of a fruit and reached out to grab it. However, he didn't fall into the world fruit like last time. Instead, an unimaginable repulsive force came from the fruit. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he couldn't hold his hand tightly, let alone touch the world fruit. He tried a little harder, but the world fruit actually bounced him back. Seeing this, Pu Baixiong scratched his head and said, "Master, didn't that little fatty say that only one person can enter the world fruit? Everyone only has one chance to obtain the world fruit. Now that you've already obtained one, how can you enter again? There's no harm in trying." Yang Kai was a little unhappy. Although he had obtained a world fruit, it was only a low-grade world fruit. It could only help the cultivator reach the third grade to split open the heavens. Such a fruit wasn't very valuable, so he naturally wasn't satisfied. Unfortunately, it was just as Su Zhan had said before. Everyone only had one chance. He couldn't even touch the world fruit now. He tried a few more times, but he still failed. Yang Kai didn't give up and walked around the world tree in circles. There were so many fruits hanging on the tree, and he had only obtained one. How could he give up? Not to mention the extremely rare high-grade world fruit. Even if he could obtain a mid-grade one, this trip wouldn't have been in vain. After a while, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up as he stopped and looked up with shining eyes. Pu Baixiong was speechless. "Master, what do you want to do now?" Yang Kai ignored him and instead took him and the little mushroom into the small sealed world, immersing his divine sense into the small sealed world and communicating with Meng Hong and the others for a while. After a short while, with a thought, two figures appeared in front of him. They were Meng Hong and Lang Qingshan. Both of them raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with infatuation. After a while, Meng Hong said, "This is the 3,000 Worlds tree. That fruit can help a heaven-opening realm cultivator directly advance by one stage." Although he was born in the Great Moon Prefecture, the Great Moon Prefecture was not a big force. He had never heard of a thing like the 3,000 World Tree before. It was an existence that could help a heaven-opening realm cultivator advance by one stage. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, this is the 3,000 Worlds tree, and the fruit is the world fruit. However, the world inside the fruit is dangerous. If you fall into it, you may never be able to escape. Brother Ming, please consider it carefully." Meng Hong shook his head and said, "With such a lucky chance placed before my eyes, if this Ming doesn't risk my life and take a gamble, then what's the point of cultivating? Just stay at home and embroider." His eyes were full of eagerness. Ever since he entered the great cosmological realm, his journey had been smooth sailing. First, he met Yang Kai and followed Yang Kai to Red Star City. Although he suffered a setback emotionally, he gained back what he lost. He broke through and stood up, condensing the fifth-grade fire element. Over the years, he had condensed the three powers of earth, metal, and water. The remaining materials of the wood element had also been collected. He only had to wait for the time to refine them in the future to have hope of advancing to the fifth-grade heaven-opening realm. However, he also knew that all of this was relying on Yang Kai's protection. The fifth-grade fire element was given to him by Yang Kai, and the other materials were also collected in Red Star City. If not for Yang Kai's support, he would not have been able to achieve so much. He engraved this kindness in his heart, but it was also as heavy as a mountain. He had been thinking about how to repay this kindness. Now, the fruit hanging all over the 3,000 Worlds tree was an opportunity. Yang Kai did not know what he was thinking. Seeing that he could not persuade him, he did not say anything more and only reminded him to be careful. Meng Hong smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will definitely return safely." After saying that, his figure flashed and rushed toward a world fruit, directly rushing into the world within the fruit and disappearing. At the side, Lang Qingshan was dumbfounded. Although he had heard Yang Kai explain the various miracles of the world fruit, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it with his own eyes was another. "Master, what should I do?" Lang Qingshan asked. "Go in, and bring me in as well." Yang Kai smiled. Lang Qingshan was puzzled at first, but then he suddenly understood. Yang Kai threw the sealed world bead to him and said solemnly, "I don't know if I can go in smoothly. If I can't, summon everyone else. At that time, we will work together to decipher the mystery of the world within the fruit." "Yes." Lang Qingshan took the sealed world bead and responded solemnly. He turned his head to look at the fruit tree and said, "Master, which fruit should I choose?" "It's up to you. It depends on your luck." As Yang Kai spoke, his figure flashed and entered the small sealed world bead. His mind penetrated the small sealed world bead and observed the situation outside, secretly praying. He had tested before and found that he could no longer approach the world fruit with his own strength, let alone enter the world within the fruit. However, there were still dozens of people hidden in the small sealed world bead. Did those people count as having entered the world fruit? Yang Kai was not sure before, but after seeing Meng Hong enter the world within the fruit successfully, he was sure that those people hidden in the small sealed world bead did not count as having entered the world fruit. This way, he could also hide in the world fruit and let others bring him in. This was a trick that only Yang Kai could use. There were many people hidden in the small sealed world bead, and each of them had a chance to enter the world within the fruit. If everything went well, he would be able to harvest at least dozens of world fruits. With so many world fruits, there would definitely be mid-rank ones, maybe even high-rank ones. However, all of this was just his own conjecture. Whether it was true or not, he could only wait for Lang Qingshan to verify it. Under Yang Kai's close attention, Lang Qingshan's eyes locked onto a world fruit. His figure leaped and like a rock spreading its wings, he pounced towards the fruit and disappeared in an instant. In the next moment, Lang Qingshan was already inside the world within the fruit. In the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to him, was dumbfounded and asked in astonishment, Qingshan, what happened to you? Lang Qingshan was puzzled and replied, Master, please instruct me. Look at yourself. Yang Kai quickly reminded him. Lang Qingshan released his divine sense and scanned himself, then froze on the spot. What's wrong? What's wrong? Scabby Head approached Yang Kai and asked. The others also looked puzzled, wondering what had happened in the outside world to make Yang Kai so surprised. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and waved his hand. The scene of the outside world immediately appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned when they looked at it. Immediately after, Scabby Head laughed out loud while holding his stomach. My lord, could that dumb guy be Lang Qingshan? Yang Kai nodded. It should be him. Scabby Head laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. How did it become like this? Someone asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. His figure flickered, and he got out of the small sealed world bead and came to the world within the fruit. He was full of vigilance. After all, he had entered the world within the fruit once before and picked a world fruit. Now that he had entered again by cheating, he didn't know if there would be any abnormalities. There was indeed an abnormality. The world principles of this world within the fruit were corroding his body. Yang Kai could clearly feel some unexpected changes in his body, but it didn't push him out. He scanned with his divine sense inside. Sure enough. Master? Lang Qingshan's voice sounded from the side, sounding uncertain. Yang Kai wanted to nod, but he couldn't. He could only respond. Master, why are you? Why am I? Lang Qingshan's voice sounded a little flustered. It should be caused by the world principles of this world. Once you leave this world, you will naturally return to normal. Don't worry too much, Yang Kai comforted. In the small sealed world, the group of people stared at the scene outside in a daze. There was no sign of Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan in the scene, only two swords. The two rusty iron swords looked like scraps that had been left in a corner for many years. However, the faces of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were still on the surface of the two swords. They looked very funny, especially Lang Qingshan, who had a sad look on his face, almost catching up to Aku. Master has also become like this, Scabby Head said in surprise. Could it be that as long as you enter this world, you will become a sword? What a strange world. Outside, Yang Kai couldn't help sighing. The world inside the fruit he had entered before was made up of countless bubbles and had no effect on the cultivator's body, but the world in front of him now caused him to transform into a sword. It seemed that the worlds inside each of the world fruits were different. Fortunately, he had entered this world safely with the help of the small sealed world. As a rusty sword, he had no hands or feet. Yang Kai tried to sense his own strength, but he couldn't mobilize it at all. He tried to walk around, but the rusty sword that he had transformed into bounced forward. This is a little troublesome. On the surface of the sword, Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Lang Qingshan looked at him anxiously, not knowing what to do. At this moment, a series of knocking sounds were heard. Lang Qingshan was startled. Master, someone is coming. Yang Kai turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. He was speechless. A sword is coming. Not far away, a rusty sword that looked similar to them was bouncing toward them. It didn't take long for it to reach them. Lang Qingshan took a step forward and said, Brother. Before he could finish, the rusty sword suddenly jumped up high and slashed at Lang Qingshan's head. Chapter 4106. Lang Qingshan was shocked and instinctively wanted to dodge. However, he had transformed into a rusted sword and was no longer his original body. Due to the inconvenience, he fell to the ground. He was only a rusted sword now. If he were to be hit by such an attack, he would probably break into two. With a clang, Yang Kai charged over and blocked the rusted sword. The sword trembled slightly from the impact and rust flew everywhere. Lang Qingshan was still in a daze. Yang Kai was already engaged in a fierce battle with the rusted sword. He shouted as he fought, Get it! Lang Qingshan no longer hesitated after receiving the order. He stood up and attacked from the side. In the small sealed world, Scabby Head and the others were dumbfounded. The three rusted swords that looked similar were fighting in full swing. It was a strange scene no matter how one looked at it. It was the first time Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan faced an enemy in such a strange manner. However, under the suppression of the world's laws, they couldn't exert any of their strength. At first, the two of them weren't used to it. They were hit by the rusted sword a few times, and a few cracks appeared on their swords. However, as time passed, the two of them gradually gained control of their bodies. With their combined strength, the rusted sword could only parry their attacks. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai chopped down and the rusted sword shattered on the spot. It turned into countless fragments and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan stopped and looked at each other. They were speechless. Although the battle didn't last long, it was still quite difficult. Whether it was Yang Kai or Lang Qingshan, the rusted sword that they had transformed into had some cracks. It was already a rusted sword. Now that there were new cracks, it might not be able to support the next battle. At this moment, a weak light suddenly flew out from the broken rusted sword and entered Yang Kai's body. Immediately after, the cracks on Yang Kai's body healed quickly. Not only that, even some of the rust on his body fell off. Yang Kai also felt that he had gained some strength out of nowhere. Master, this is... Lang Qingshan looked over in confusion. He did not understand why Yang Kai would have such a change. Yang Kai carefully sensed it for a while, and his eyes lit up. I understand now. There is a strange energy in this sword that can nourish and strengthen us. And the target of this nourishment is the one who dealt the final blow. The rusted sword was broken by Yang Kai, so the energy in the rusted sword automatically flowed into Yang Kai's body. Lang Qingshan did not get a share of it. Lang Qingshan came to a realization and said, I see. If that's the case, Master, shouldn't we look for more of these guys? Of course. Yang Kai nodded, his sword blade trembling slightly. Moreover, I estimate that the key to unlocking the mysteries of this world lies here. Without any hesitation, the two swords skipped on the road together. Not long after, they saw three swords coming at them head-on. These three swords were also rusted and looked like they had not been used for many years. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan looked at each other. The latter said, Master, I'll distract two of them. Come help me after you've destroyed the last one. Be careful, Yang Kai exhorted. Lang Qingshan responded and rushed towards the three swords. He had only taken a few steps when the swords noticed him and rushed towards him. Lang Qingshan turned around and ran. Yang Kai attacked horizontally and targeted one of the rusted swords. Finally, he attracted its attention. The long sword that Yang Kai transformed into had been nourished previously. Its body was complete, and it looked better than before. Its blade was sharper, and it knew how to dodge more agilely. In a one-on-one fight, this rusted sword was no match for him at all. In just a moment, Yang Kai shattered the rusted sword. As expected, a strange energy gushed out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body. It made him feel like his strength had increased. Before he could feel it carefully, Lang Qingshan had already lured the other two rusted swords back. Yang Kai faced them directly. With Lang Qingshan's help, he shattered the other two swords in no time. Yang Kai gave the opportunity to shatter the two rusted swords to Lang Qingshan so that he could become like him. In the following days, the two of them searched for prey and kept strengthening themselves. This world was a world of swords. The rules were strange. The cultivator who entered this world would also transform into a sword. He could not use his own strength at all. Some of the swords were strong while some were weak. Generally speaking, the strength of a sword could be inferred from its appearance. When Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan first entered this place, they were both rusted swords, the lowest level of existence. After killing some swords and receiving nourishment, the rust on their bodies quickly fell off and turned into bronze swords, glowing with a bronze luster. After a while, the bronze swords turned into black iron swords. They were many times stronger than before. The two of them were proficient in cooperation. They killed along the way. Even if there were only the two of them, they were not afraid when facing enemies dozens of times stronger than them. They could often kill all the enemies. The most dangerous time was when the two of them provoked a silver sword. They were chased by the silver sword for a day and a night. Lang Qingshan was almost cut in half at the waist in order to cover Yang Kai's retreat. Fortunately, Yang Kai turned around and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone in the small sealed world was also frightened. After nearly a month of exploration, the two of them gradually gained a full understanding of this world. It was another crazy massacre. Hundreds of bronze and black iron swords were shattered. Broken blades were scattered all over the ground. Strange energy poured into Yang Kai's body from all directions. The black iron sword that he transformed into stood in the middle of the battlefield. The body of the sword faintly showed signs of turning from black to white. The blade also became sharper and sharper, flashing with a cold light. When the last ray of light flew out from a broken black iron sword and entered Yang Kai's body, a clear sword cry resounded in the world. The light on Yang Kai's body flowed endlessly. The black iron sword quickly evolved into a silver sword. The power that was several times stronger than before flowed through the sword. Yang Kai could not help but feel that he could cut through everything. "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master," Lang Qingshan said from the side. He still had a black iron sword body. In this battle, although he had put in a lot of effort, he hadn't managed to break any of the swords. All the benefits had flowed into Kai Yang's body, all for the sake of allowing him to advance to a silver sword. Yang Kai opened his eyes and smiled. "Let's go, Qingshan. Let's take revenge." Previously, when they were chased by that silver sword, the two of them almost died in this world. Now that Yang Kai had the qualifications to compete with him, he naturally had to get back at him. Half a day later, the two of them arrived at the top of a valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains on three sides. At the foot of the mountain, thousands of long swords of different grades were busy working. The clanking sounds were endless. When the two of them came here last time, they realized that these swords seemed to be mining a type of mineral. The mineral was very special. The energy that it contained could allow any sword to grow tremendously. The one that was guarding this place was a silver sword. He had 50 black iron swords and over 200 bronze swords under his command. As for those rusted swords, there were thousands of them. To Yang Kai, this valley was a huge piece of meat. If he could destroy this valley, his power would definitely skyrocket again. Lang Qingshan's advancement to a silver sword would also be set in stone. "Master, what should we do now? Do you need me to lure some of them away?" "No need." Yang Kai looked straight at the only silver sword at the bottom of the valley. "To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. I will go take care of it. You be careful." As soon as he finished his words, he leaped down from the top of the valley. The wind whistled and the blade shone with a cold light. The silver sword that was guarding this place seemed to have sensed something. The sword tilted and looked up. An old face appeared on the sword and shouted angrily, "Bastard! You still dare to show yourself?" Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had met him before and escaped from his pursuit. Naturally, he would not forget Yang Kai's face. The swords in this world all had their own consciousness. However, the lower the grade, the lower the consciousness. Those rusted swords could not communicate at all. At the level of a silver sword, their intelligence was more complete. As he spoke, the old silver sword turned around and faced Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. "Old dog, don't be so arrogant. This time, I will take your life." Bringing with it a ferocious momentum, it slashed down towards the old silver sword. With a hong sound, the old silver sword was sent flying several tens of meters. Kai Yang also felt dizzy, but fortunately he had already anticipated this, so he quickly recovered. Without losing any of his momentum, he continued to charge forward. There were guards beside the silver sword. They were a few black iron swords and a dozen bronze swords. At this moment, they all rushed forward and surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his sword and attacked crazily. After a series of clanking sounds, the black iron swords and bronze swords exploded. Streams of energy flew out from the fragments and entered Yang Kai's body, increasing his strength again. Seeing this, the silver sword shouted angrily, "Get out of my way!" In this world of swords, every increase in grade meant a huge increase in strength. Those black iron swords and bronze swords were no match for Yang Kai. They would only be courting death if they forced their way forward. They would also strengthen Yang Kai's strength. Naturally, the old silver sword did not want to see this scene. After ordering his subordinates to retreat, the silver sword faced Yang Kai. The two silver swords immediately turned into two white lights, causing sand and stones to fly. At the same time, Lang Qingshan also broke into the valley. Those black iron swords in the valley saw this and naturally swarmed forward. Lang Qingshan did not bother with them at all. He jumped around in the valley, looking for those bronze and rusted swords. He killed them one by one and devoured their strength to strengthen himself. In an instant, the valley was divided into two battlefields. One was the life and death battle between Yang Kai and the pale silver sword. The other was Lang Qingshan leading countless long swords in circles in the valley. The scene was very lively. Yang Kai had just been promoted to a silver sword. Logically speaking, his sword was not as strong as the old silver sword, and his blade was not as sharp. After all, the old silver sword had been promoted for a long time and had been at this level for a long time. In a battle between the two, Yang Kai should be at a disadvantage and not be his opponent. But in fact, the two silver swords were evenly matched. Most of the time, Yang Kai even had the upper hand, because Yang Kai knew how to change, and the old silver sword's moves were too rigid. Chapter 4107. After fighting for a while, the old silver sword was completely at a disadvantage. Yang Kai tried to clash with it several times, wanting to cut it in half. In the end, not only did he not gain any advantage, he was also at a disadvantage. After all, the old silver sword had been immersed in this level for a longer time. Whether it was the hardness of the sword or the sharpness of the blade, it was not something that Yang Kai could compare with. After each clash, not only did it not damage the old silver sword, it even caused a few small cracks to appear on Yang Kai's sword. Seeing a good opportunity, the old silver sword switched from defense to offense and quickly took the initiative. Yang Kai fought and retreated, and soon came to the place where a group of black iron bronze swords were gathered. He turned around and shook his sword, shattering the black iron silver swords, absorbing their power to repair himself. When the sword was complete, he turned around and attacked again. After a few times, the old silver sword cried out loudly, but there was nothing it could do. After half an hour, the old silver sword's body also had a few small cracks. Although its body was much sturdier than Kai Yang's, it still couldn't withstand Kai Yang's continuous attacks, so it would eventually be damaged. Sensing that something was wrong, the old silver sword immediately retreated, rushing towards its subordinates not far away. How could Yang Kai not know what it was thinking? It clearly had the same idea as him, wanting to kill those low-level swords to nourish himself and repair his sword. Therefore, as soon as it made a move, Yang Kai immediately rushed forward and killed the black iron bronze swords before the old silver sword could make a move, causing its plan to fail. The old silver sword was even angrier. It felt that the opponent in front of it was as cunning as a ghost and very difficult to deal with. After another 2 hours of fierce fighting, Kai Yang continued to fight, unscathed. On the other hand, the old silver sword's body was in tatters, as if it could break apart at any moment. It had tried countless times to kill its own subordinates to make up for its injuries, but Kai Yang had acted before it could. The few times it succeeded, it didn't gain much from it. Under this situation, the old silver sword became more and more unbearable, but Yang Kai's attacks became fiercer and fiercer. Suddenly, the old silver sword staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could Yang Kai miss such a good opportunity? His eyes lit up as he rushed forward and slashed at the gap in the opponent's sword. If this slash landed, Yang Kai had an 80% chance of breaking the silver sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of inexplicable horror, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai dodged to the side. At the same time, the old silver sword that was about to fall to the ground suddenly steadied itself. A strange smile appeared on the old face on the sword. It turned the sword around, and at the tip of the sword, a sharp ray of light was emitted. It faced Yang Kai's sword. Sword ray. Yang Kai was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into this old ghost's trap? This old man had been holding back and pretending not to be a match for him, all for the sake of this moment. This was the first time he had encountered a silver sword, and he had never known that a silver sword could actually spit out sword aura. Although he did not know how powerful this sword aura was, he was sure that if he was hit by it, he would not have a good ending. Fortunately, he had sensed that something was wrong and twisted his body. The sword aura brushed past his sword. Yang Kai clearly heard the sound of something shattering. His heart sank, and he did not care. He aimed at the biggest gap on the old silver sword's body and slashed down. With a crisp cracking sound, fragments flew everywhere. The expression on the old silver sword's face was one of horror. Yang Kai's slash had almost cut him in half. He had been pretending to be weak and had been beaten to a pulp by Yang Kai. He had wanted to trick Yang Kai, but who knew that Yang Kai's battle instinct was extremely strong. He had seen through the danger at the most critical moment and avoided the fatal blow. This had put him in an extremely awkward situation. Yang Kai also fell to the ground. On the sword body, there was a huge gap that was extremely terrifying. It was just a little bit more, and it would have broken. This time, it was a lose-lose situation. In the next instant, the two silver swords flipped over and charged towards the nearby black iron bronze swords at the same time. At this moment, whether it was Yang Kai or the old silver sword, they no longer had the capital to fight with the other party, so they could only first kill the lower-level existences to repair themselves. A white light came from the sky and blocked the old silver sword's path. On the sword, Lang Qingshan's face was cold and resolute. Yang Kai and the old silver sword had been fighting for such a long time. Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 swords and successfully promoted himself to the silver sword. At the crucial moment, he came to help Yang Kai. The old silver sword's face turned ashen. He froze on the spot and did not dare to move. After a while, Yang Kai returned. His sword body was still a little damaged, but after absorbing a lot of energy, it was no longer in danger of being damaged. Be careful of its sword aura. Yang Kai stared at the flickering sword aura on the old silver sword and warned Lang Qingshan. The sword aura was too powerful. If he had not dodged in time, he would not have ended up well. Master, be careful too, Lang Qingshan said. He leaped and slashed at the old silver sword. At the critical moment of life and death, the old silver sword was not willing to wait for death. He immediately fought with Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai came from the side and joined the battle. With 2 against 1, even if the old silver sword could still emit sword aura, the outcome would not be good. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Kai found an opportunity and slashed at the huge gap. A crisp sound was heard. The old silver sword was broken into 2. Rich light gushed out from the broken sword and rushed into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at himself and saw that the damaged parts on his sword body recovered quickly. There was a silver luster, and it was more stable than before. Killing an opponent of the same level was obviously a huge gain for him. Not only that, after devouring the essence of the old silver sword, Yang Kai clearly felt that he had something else. His heart skipped a beat. On the tip of the sword aura was emitting. Haha. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Yang Kai was envious when he saw the sword aura that the old silver sword used. He thought that he would need more time before he could possess the sword aura. Who knew that his dream would come true at this moment? Now, it seemed that after devouring the power of the old silver sword, he had also inherited its ability. With the sword aura, Yang Kai's ability had increased by more than 30%. Master, what should we do with these guys? Should we kill them all? Lang Qingshan looked ahead and asked. There were originally thousands of long swords of different levels in the valley. However, Lang Qingshan had killed 200 to 300 of them. When Yang Kai and the old silver sword were fighting, they had also killed many of them. Now, only half of them were left. Most of them were rusted swords, and some were bronze swords. There were only slightly more than 20 black iron swords. At this moment, these swords were pushing pieces of ores to Yang Kai. The faces on the swords were obedient, and they stood there neatly. Lang Qingshan was stunned. They seemed to want to submit to you. Yang Kai naturally saw this. It seemed that after he killed the old silver sword, The long swords in the valley did not have the courage to resist. In other words, this was the rule of this world. Since they are willing to submit to me, I won't kill them. Yang Kai glanced around. After killing so many swords, both Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan could feel that if they wanted to improve themselves, it would be best to kill existences of the same level as them. Killing those of lower levels would not improve them much. Although there were many long swords in the valley, even if they were all killed, they would not be of much help to the two of them. On the contrary, the ores that they offered caught Yang Kai's attention. Before he came, he realized that there seemed to be some special energy in the ores that could strengthen the swords. These ores were similar to the swords. They were divided into a few levels. Miscellaneous ores, bronze ores, black iron ores. Yang Kai even saw a small piece of silver, or that was the size of a fist. He turned his sword around and skipped to the silver ore. He stabbed his sword into it. As expected, Yang Kai felt a surge of energy flowing into his body, making him slightly stronger. However, this kind of strength was not as good as the benefits from killing a silver sword, but it was better than nothing. After a short while, the energy in the silver ore was completely devoured by Yang Kai. It turned into dust and scattered on the ground. After devouring some black iron ores, he realized that the result was the same. About every 10 ores that he devoured was equivalent to the benefits of killing a sword of the same level. But if that was the case, Yang Kai could understand why the old silver sword had kept his subordinates alive. Keeping them here to mine would allow him to have a steady stream of harvests, while killing them was just a one-time benefit. In the long run, it was naturally better to keep them alive. After letting the hundreds of swords continue to mine the ores, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan began to devour the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. 5 days later, when Yang Kai was devouring the energy in the ores, Lang Qingshan rushed in with a few black iron swords. He said excitedly, "Master, we found a foothold. There are 3 silver swords in it." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Where?" Lang Qingshan wanted to point in a direction, but unfortunately, he did not have any limbs. He said helplessly, "It's a day's journey to the northwest." "How's the enemy's strength?" Lang Qingshan said solemnly, "There are quite a lot of them. There are more than 5,000 of them. Other than the 3 silver swords, there are at least 200 black iron swords." Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Indeed, there are quite a lot of them. However, a lot of them might not be enough. "Qingshan, bring all of them. We're going to battle." Lang Qingshan said excitedly, "Yes." He had been absorbing the energy in the ores for the past few days, but the results were minimal. Yang Kai finally realized that absorbing ores alone would not work if he wanted to increase his strength quickly. If he really wanted to stay here for many years, it would indeed be a long-term plan. However, he was in a hurry to solve the mystery of this world and obtain the world fruit. How could he waste time? It was faster and more practical to kill beings of the same level. The 3 silver swords were equivalent to years of accumulation of ores that he had devoured. Chapter 4108. This was also a mountain valley, but it was several times larger than the one Yang Kai had plundered. Along the mountain walls, there were many mine shafts, and many different colored swords could be seen weaving in and out of them, mining for ores. 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, and countless ores were piled up in front of them, absorbing energy. Yang Kai stood on the hillside with Lang Qingshan beside him. Behind them were hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers. Although they had hundreds of swords, they were completely incomparable to the enemy's formation. In terms of numbers, the enemy was 10 times more than them. If they were to really fight, the hundreds of swords on their side would not even be enough to fill the gaps between the enemy's teeth. "Master, the silver sword in the middle should be the strongest, and the ones on the left and right are slightly weaker. Looking at their colors, the silver sword in the middle should be able to absorb sword rays," said Lang Qingshan. Yang Kai nodded. Lang Qingshan was right. The 3 silver swords had different strengths and weaknesses, and it was obvious from the color of their colors. The one in the middle was indeed stronger, and its color was deeper than Yang Kai's. Although the other 2 silver swords were not as strong as Yang Kai's, they should be stronger than Lang Qingshan. Of course, this was only judging from the toughness of the sword and the sharpness of the blade. If they were to really fight, it was hard to say who would be stronger. Yang Kai had just leveled up to silver sword, and he had already cut down a sword that could absorb sword rays. He had relied on his years of battle experience. These silver swords were guarding a corner, and they relied on the energy in the ores to strengthen themselves. Although they were not bad, it was hard to say how much they could perform in a fight. "Master, please tell me what to do," asked Lang Qingshan in a serious tone. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and observed for a while. He then said slowly, "Qingshan, do you have the confidence to deal with the silver sword in the middle?" The 3 silver swords each occupied a corner, which gave Yang Kai a chance to break through one by one. The one in the middle was the strongest, and if he were to really fight with it, it would take a long time to determine the winner. However, if he could kill the other 2 swords and then deal with it, it would be much easier. "Yes," answered Lang Qingshan in a deep voice without hesitation. "Then be careful. I'll help you after I kill the other 2 silver swords." Yang Kai warned, turned his head, looked at the hundreds of swords he brought, and ordered, "Charge." There was a limit to the strength of these several hundred soldiers. Rather than that, it was better to use them as a distraction. Even if they were all wiped out, Yang Kai would not feel the pinch. The hundreds of swords were submissive, and the 20 or so black iron swords that were leading the group all had a terrified expression on their faces. They all had their own intelligence, so they naturally knew what would happen if they rushed over. Seeing this, Yang Kai turned his sword and shattered the 2 black iron swords in front of him. He said coldly, "Go down, or I'll kill all of you." This act of killing the chicken to warn the monkeys had some effect. Although the remaining long swords looked uneasy, they were intimidated by Yang Kai's majesty and did not dare to delay any longer. Under the lead of the black iron swords, they rushed down the valley. As soon as he moved, the long swords in the valley immediately sensed it. The 3 silver swords also stopped devouring the ore's energy and looked over. "Master, I'm going," Lang Qingshan shouted and went straight for the strongest silver sword in the middle. He charged all the way and was unstoppable. Now that he was also a silver sword body, long swords that were lower than this level could not compete with him at all. He opened up a path in the enemy's army, leaving behind countless broken swords. Seeing that the attention of the swords in the valley was attracted, Yang Kai moved slowly. He did not rush down the valley directly, but ran towards another mountain peak. Clanking sounds could be heard at the foot of the mountain. The hundreds of swords on his side were broken one by one. Rays of energy flowed and entered the bodies of the killers, strengthening their strength. Looking at the situation, the entire army would be wiped out in less than half an hour. Yang Kai had already expected this, so he did not care and quickly arrived at the mountain peak. Looking down, a silver sword was watching the battlefield below, oblivious to the danger that was already above its head. Yang Kai leaped up and slashed at the silver sword. The wind whistled, and on the tip of the sword ray was like the tongue of a spirit snake, full of murderous intent. When the silver sword realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai slashed at the hilt of the sword, and the sharp sword ray broke the body of the sword, shattering it into pieces. With just one strike, Bai Jin had lost his life. Of course, the battle in the valley attracted its attention, and Yang Kai took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, the biggest reason was the contribution of the sword ray. It was originally slightly weaker than Yang Kai, so it would not have a good ending if it was hit by the sword ray. Even if Yang Kai was hit by the sword ray, he was almost cut into 2. Yang Kai did not stop, and after destroying the silver sword, he immediately rushed to the other silver sword. Behind him, a thick light entered his body, making Yang Kai's sword ray more condensed and powerful. In the valley, chaos ensued. Countless long swords blocked the way. Yang Kai swung his sword, and the sword ray flickered, reaping the lives of those long swords. Everywhere he passed, the wind screamed and the crane screamed. Behind him, rays of light followed, creating a dazzling brilliance. Seeing Yang Kai so fierce, the silver sword was obviously frightened. It did not dare to stay in the same place, and rushed toward the silver sword in the middle, obviously wanting to seek protection. But how could Yang Kai let it do as it wished? Putting all his strength into it, the sword ray suddenly grew. After he killed the first silver sword, he obtained the power of the sword gleam. However, the sword gleam was only 3 inches long. After he killed the second silver sword, the sword gleam grew by 2 inches. Along the way, he killed countless other long swords. At this moment, the sword gleam was 6 inches long. At this moment, with all his strength, the sword ray grew by another inch. But even so, the distance between him and the silver sword was getting farther and farther, because there were too many long swords blocking his path. There were black iron swords, bronze swords, and even rusted swords. Although they were not Yang Kai's opponent, they were able to obstruct his advance. Moreover, the continuous attacks made Yang Kai's sword tremble. Many ants could always bite an elephant to death. In just a short while, Yang Kai's body had some grain-sized cuts, but after killing the enemy swords, these cuts quickly healed and repeated. In the small sealed world, Scabbyhead and the others had been paying attention to the scene outside, and at this moment, they were all shocked. If Yang Kai could not stop this silver sword, Lang Qingshan would be in danger after it converged with the one in the middle. Lang Qingshan was not the opponent of the silver sword in the middle, and at this moment, he was surrounded by danger. If it were not for Lang Qingshan's rich combat experience, he would have been dead by now. However, although they were very worried, there was nothing they could do to help. Yang Kai could not even activate the small sealed world at this time, so he could not release them. Even if he could release them, with the strange rules of this world, they were just rusted swords, unable to play the slightest role. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Seeing the silver sword getting farther and farther away from him, Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. Raising his sword, the tip of his sword suddenly lit up and he slashed out, shouting angrily, "Die!" On the tip of the sword, a sword ray suddenly shot out and turned into a stream of sword chi. Wherever it passed, it destroyed hundreds of swords in an instant and slashed directly onto the body of the silver sword. After unleashing this attack, Kai Yang fell to the ground, the silver light on his body becoming incomparably dim. This strike had drained all of his strength. In the small sealed world, someone's face turned pale. "It's over." Scabbyhead's eyes lit up. "What's over?" "Master One." Many people didn't know why he said this, but they understood in the next moment. Rays of light suddenly shot into Yang Kai's body from all directions, causing his dull luster to regain its former luster. These rays of light were the energy from the swords he had just killed. Yang Kai's strike just now had drained him of his strength, but he had also killed a lot of enemies, so he was instantly replenished. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "Sure enough, when I obtained this sword light." Yang Kai had thought that since there was sword light, would there be sword chi after cultivating it to a certain extent? Now that he had gone all out, he had really managed to produce sword chi, but his foundation was still too weak, so a single sword chi had drained him of all his strength. The countless long swords around all looked over in horror, but none of them dared to move forward. The sword chi just now had really frightened them. Yang Kai coldly snorted and stepped forward, arriving in front of the silver sword. This silver sword was cut by his sword chi, but it didn't shatter immediately. However, the sword was now covered in cracks, as if it would shatter with a single touch. Seeing Yang Kai standing in front of it, the silver sword wanted to get up, but the slightest movement would cause fragments to fall off. Yang Kai didn't show any mercy, cutting it into several pieces with a single slash. Another stream of dense energy flowed into his body. In a flash, Kai Yang was brimming with energy. Furthermore, he was even stronger than before. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was in imminent danger. He was being beaten up by the strongest silver sword, causing him to jump up and down. There was already a gap between them, so Lang Qingshan didn't dare to face it head-on. Instead, he often circled around it. As a result, the already disadvantaged situation became even worse, and there were many cracks on the sword's body. If this situation continued, if Yang Kai didn't go to help, Lang Qingshan would die here in less than half a cup of tea's time. At this critical moment, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Qingshan, back off." Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan left the battle circle, and Yang Kai came out from behind him, facing the enemy's sword. Half an hour later, Along with a crisp, cracking sound, the last silver sword shattered. Yang Kai's body was in tatters, but he stood on the spot, bathed in energy, and the damaged parts were quickly repaired. This silver sword was originally stronger than Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had killed 2 of its companions and many of its subordinates, and directly grew to a level where they were evenly matched. Their strengths were similar, so how could it be Yang Kai's opponent? Even though it fought with its life on the line, it still couldn't avoid following in its companion's footsteps. Chapter 4109. The clamor gradually died down as the 3 silver swords were cut in half one after another. The thousands of swords in this mountain valley had no leader and had actually given up all resistance. Just like in the first mountain valley, the black iron swords pushed the pieces of or in front of Kai Yang, expressing their allegiance. Perhaps this was the rule of the world in the fruit. As long as one could kill the enemy leader, he would be able to take over the forces under his command. When they came here, they brought hundreds of miscellaneous troops. After this battle, they gained 10 times the number of troops. It could be said that they gained a lot. Furthermore, the ores in this valley were much more abundant than the previous one. Many of them were silver ores. If they could devour them, it would be greatly beneficial to Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. In this battle, the hundreds of swords brought by Yang Kai suffered a great loss. It could be said that they were completely annihilated. Many of the thousands of swords in the valley were also damaged. Letting Lang Qingshan shatter those broken longswords would increase his strength on one hand, and on the other hand, it would save him some extra burdens. In the next few days, the 2 of them stayed in the valley and devoured the energy in the ores. Normal ores were not useful to them. They only devoured silver ores. They rewarded the ores below silver ores, which greatly increased the strength of many black iron swords. 7 days later, Lang Qingshan successfully cultivated the sword ray and improved his strength. During this time, Yang Kai also sent out dozens of troops to gather information. If he and Lang Qingshan wanted to continue growing, they could only search for more silver swords to kill. However, they were not sure where the silver swords could be found in the world in the fruit, so they could only gather information slowly. The troops returned one after another, bringing good information to Yang Kai. Another 2 days later, the army set off. Under the leadership of Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, thousands of swords marched out in a mighty manner. In less than 3 days, they arrived at a stronghold guarded by a silver sword. This stronghold was similar to the place where Yang Kai first annihilated. There was only 1 silver sword guarding and only a few hundred swords under Yang Kai's command. How could they resist the fierce army of Yang Kai? Thousands of swords charged forward and tore apart the enemy's formation. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan took the opportunity to attack. The silver sword did not even have the chance to form a sword ray and was shattered by Yang Kai's sword after 2 rounds. The leader was dead, and the remaining swords had all surrendered to him. Without stopping, Yang Kai led his army of swords to the next stronghold guarded by a silver sword. They swept through the strongholds one after another. Some were crushed, and some were bitterly fought. The army under their command grew from thousands to tens of thousands, and then to hundreds of thousands. It was like a rolling snowball. The increase was not only in quantity, but also in quality. There were many more silver swords under his command. These silver swords were originally black iron swords, but after Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan fought for a long time and killed countless opponents, they were able to absorb the power of their opponents and level up. In the army of 100,000, apart from Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan, there were more than 50 silver swords and thousands of black iron swords. Yang Kai had experience in leading an army, so he divided the army of 100,000 into more than 50 small teams. Each silver sword led a team, and they fought together on the battlefield. Even if the enemy outnumbered them, they could still win. On top of a tall mountain, the army was resting. Yang Kai stood on top of the mountain. His body was glossy, and there were signs of him transforming to the next level. Lang Qingshan stood behind him. "Qingshan, how long have we been here?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Lang Qingshan answered without hesitation, "Master, it'll be half a year and 4 days." Half a year. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Previously in the world of bubbles, they were delayed for about a month. He thought that they had spent enough time, but who knew that they would be delayed for half a year in the world of swords. Even though the time in the world of swords was different from the outside world, it was still too long. In the past half a year, although Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan had gained a lot and had been growing, they still had no idea how to solve the mystery of this world. Yang Kai thought that he could see hope if he continued to fight, but he was still confused. This was a little worrying. Without knowing how to solve the mystery of this world, there would be no goal. Without a goal, there would be no motivation to work hard. It was no wonder that Su Zhan had said that the world within the fruit was dangerous. If one could not decipher it, it was very likely that one would be trapped in it for the rest of one's life. He and Lang Qingshan were currently trapped in this world. So what if they had an army of 100,000? What made Yang Kai even more depressed was that he had reached the end of the silver sword level. Even if he killed other silver swords, his strength wouldn't increase, but he still couldn't advance to the next level. Not only him, but Lang Qingshan too. Although Yang Kai grew faster than Lang Qingshan, in the past half a year, the army had wiped out one stronghold after another. Many silver swords had died in Lang Qingshan's hands. After devouring so much energy, Lang Qingshan had reached a bottleneck. Kai Yang even suspected that there was no such thing as a next stage. Perhaps in this world of swords, the silver sword was the highest level. If that was the case, how could they get out of this world? He had asked the silver swords under his command, but they had no idea. These silver swords were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords, so the information they knew was limited. At this moment, a silver sword leaped to the top of the mountain with an excited expression. "Leader, leader, we found the enemy." Yang Kai turned around and glanced at it. He asked casually, "How many?" "About 10,000. The silver sword came to Yang Kai's side and pointed down the mountain. "They will pass by below in about an hour." Yang Kai pondered for a while and said, "Qingshan, you go and handle it." Although 10,000 was not a small number, it was still not enough in front of his army of 100,000. There was no need for him to take action in such a situation. Anyway, there was no benefit in killing more, so he might as well save some energy. Lang Qingshan left with the order. Yang Kai looked up at the sky with a deep gaze. The information he got from the spies was not wrong. In less than an hour, an army of swords appeared in Yang Kai's vision. It was strange. In this strange world, the swords that had strongholds would usually stay in a corner and would not move easily. They would only look for another stronghold if all the ores in their stronghold were mined. The army of swords in front of him should be on the way to find a new stronghold. However, after Yang Kai took a glance, he was suddenly stunned and frowned slightly. The number of silver swords in this army seemed to be a little too many. In the army of swords, it would be considered good if there were 6 or 7 silver swords. However, Yang Kai saw that there were at least 30 to 40 silver swords. Such a ratio was really frightening. One must know that Yang Kai's army of 100,000 only had 50 silver swords. However, even so, Yang Kai was not too worried. In this half a year, his army had participated in countless battles, big and small. There were even a few chaotic battles between the army of 100,000. It should not be a problem to take down the enemy. To be safe, Yang Kai still sent a message to Lang Qingshan with a silver sword, asking him to be vigilant. After a while, the battle started. Therefore, the information from the spies was more timely. The army of 100,000 had already set up an ambush nearby. When the army of swords walked into the ambush, 50 silver swords under the lead of the silver swords rushed out from all directions and rushed towards the center. What followed was an intense hand-to-hand battle. The sword lights of the silver swords flickered as streaks of silver sword chi filled the air. The black iron swords and the bronze swords fell like straws. In such a battlefield, they had no power to fight back. Every second, there would be swords being shattered. Pure energy would surge out from the swords, nourishing the slayers and increasing their strength. Yang Kai looked down at the entire battlefield. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze. Although the army of swords was not ordinary, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It was impossible for them to be a match for him. It was only a matter of time before they were wiped out. After an hour, the army of swords was left with 30%. They kept shrinking the defensive circle and resisted with difficulty. Lang Qingshan was in the middle of the army, commanding and coordinating the situation. He had the demeanor of a general. After another 30 minutes, the army of swords was left with less than 10%. The defensive circle shrunk again. Lang Qingshan naturally did not hold back. He mobilized his army to attack crazily, hoping to take down the enemy in one go. At this moment, a golden light suddenly spread out from the center of the defensive circle. This golden light was very weak at first, but in the blink of an eye, it was extremely dazzling. Yang Kai's attention was immediately attracted. When he looked down, he saw a layer of golden light fluctuating from the center of the defensive circle. It spread out crazily and instantly covered an area of 1,000 feet. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. He saw that in the midst of the enemy army, a golden sword was rising slowly. The sword halo fluctuated and spread out like ripples. As the ripples spread out, all the long swords that were covered by the ripples stopped fighting. On the surface of the swords, pairs of eyes stared at the golden sword. Their faces were filled with worship, as if they were looking at their king. Yang Kai also fixed his eyes on the golden sword. Although it was only the body of the sword, he could feel his heart beating wildly. Golden sword. There was actually a golden sword in this world. This was something he had never encountered before. Up until now, the strongest he had encountered was only a silver sword. He himself had cultivated to the peak of the silver sword and could not improve any further. He had never thought that he would actually see a gold sword. And this golden sword was definitely something that surpassed the silver sword. Yang Kai suddenly had a feeling of seeing the moon through the clouds. He was still at a loss and did not know where the future was. But after seeing this golden sword, he suddenly had a goal. Before he could rejoice, there was a sudden change in the battlefield. All the swords that were covered by the golden sword halo, regardless of friend or foe, turned around and attacked Yang Kai's army. Chapter 41:10. Betrayal at the last minute. In this world of swords, all the swords were of different grades. Although there was no such thing as loyalty, Yang Kai had never encountered such a thing in his half a year of leading the army. The army under his command had actually betrayed him. All of his subordinates who were covered by the golden sword's halo turned around and attacked their original comrades. The situation was originally one-sided, but because of the appearance of the golden sword, it became a complete mess. Lang Qingshan obviously did not expect such a change. He quickly arranged the troops and slowly stabilized the situation. There were not many swords that betrayed him. After all, the golden sword's halo only covered an area of 1,000 feet. Anything beyond this area would not be affected. Even so, there were thousands of swords that betrayed him. What made Lang Qingshan feel even more pained was that there were 7 or 8 silver swords among these swords. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the gold sword suddenly turned, and a gold sword chi slashed out, slashing into the army. The golden sword chi swept through everything in its path, destroying everything in its path. All the long swords that came into contact with it were shattered. Even the silver swords were no exception. They could not withstand the sword chi for even a moment. The golden sword slashed out a few more beams of sword chi, causing great damage to Yang Kai's army. Even with Lang Qingshan's coordination, the golden sword's existence seemed to be a natural deterrent to all the swords. The army hesitated to move forward, and some even kept retreating. The situation was chaotic. Lang Qingshan saw the situation and knew that there was no turning back. He could only withdraw his troops and gradually retreat. After half an hour, the battlefield calmed down. The debris on the ground were all left by Yang Kai's army. The golden sword originally had 10,000 swords, but their numbers were not reduced by much. Although many of its subordinates were killed, it still managed to gather a portion of Yang Kai's army. At the moment, there were still 7,000 to 8,000 swords. Watching this battle, Kai Yang's eyes lit up as he stared at the golden sword. He estimated that if he were to rush down and fight it to the death, what would his chances of victory be? Just as he was thinking, the golden sword suddenly raised its body. On the sword's surface, a dignified face met with Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Not good. In the next moment, the golden sword slashed in the air, and a beam of golden sword chi struck towards Yang Kai's head. With a boom, The mountain that Yang Kai was standing on was split in half. Dust flew everywhere, and the mountain fell to the sides. Asterisk schwa, asterisk the golden sword flew over and hovered mid-air, looking around for any trace of Yang Kai, but after a long time finding nothing, he turned around and returned to his camp. Rumble, the mountain fell, and the golden sword's army slowly moved away. Half an hour later, under the collapsed mountain peak, a white light rushed out, its luster dim, and on the surface of this sword was Yang Kai's face, his expression fluctuating uncertainly. He wasn't its opponent, not at all. Although he hadn't met it head-on, just by looking at the golden sword Shi, Yang Kai knew that he wasn't its opponent. If he were to fight it alone, he wouldn't be able to last half a cup of tea's time. Using a sea of people would not work either. That kind of existence could intimidate and subdue lower-level beings. No matter how many swords there were, they would not be able to cause any damage to it. Lang Qingshan gathered the remaining troops and returned. Seeing the mess, he was shocked. Looking at Yang Kai's dim sword, he was also shocked. "Master, are you okay?" Lang Qingshan asked nervously. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He looked at Lang Qingshan and said, "Qingshan, do you see that sword?" Lang Qingshan smiled bitterly. "That golden sword's power is unparalleled. I did not do my job well. Please punish me, master." He had lost a lot in this battle. He had just counted the numbers. Out of 100,000, there were only 70,000 left. He had lost 30,000 in this battle. Furthermore, he had lost more than 10 silver swords. Yang Kai's forces had shrunk by 30%. This made him blame himself. Yang Kai said, this battle's defeat was not because of the battle. It was because the golden sword was too strong. But it could fly. Interesting. Even though Yang Kai had trained to the peak of the silver sword, he could not fly for a long time. At most, he could only jump. But the golden sword was not only terrifying, it could also fly. As for the loss of his men, Yang Kai did not care at all. This was the world of swords. What he did not lack the least was military strength. 100,000 was the number he had purposely maintained. If he was willing, he could have accumulated at least 500,000 or more in this half a year of war. So what if he lost a little bit of military strength? It could be replenished very quickly. However, the existence of the golden sword allowed Yang Kai to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Since he had the golden sword, it meant that he could also advance to that level. And after advancing to that level, he might be able to peek into the mystery of this world. The key was, how could he advance? What was the mystery behind this? He had already tried to kill a silver sword of the same level, but it did not have any effect on him. Since he did not rely on this method to advance, could it be that he needed to comprehend something? But as a sword, what the hell could it comprehend? After a few days, the army occupied a stronghold. This stronghold was not small at all. There were 20,000 soldiers and more than 10 silver swords. The leader was about the same as Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan. They had all trained to the peak of the silver sword. After a great battle, this stronghold was breached. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and defeated the leader. However, they were not in a hurry to kill him. On the surface of the leader's sword, a middle-aged man's face appeared. He looked terrified and uneasy. "Let me ask you something." Yang Kai looked at him calmly. "If you can answer me, I will not kill you." That silver sword was like a drowning person who grabbed onto a straw. He quickly said, "Say it. How can I advance to a golden sword?" Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. That silver sword was stunned. He did not expect Yang Kai to ask such a question. However, he still answered honestly, "With the golden liquid, you can advance to a golden sword." Golden liquid? Yang Kai was suspicious. "What is that? Where can I find it?" That silver sword said, "There might be golden liquid in the gold mine." Gold mine? Yang Kai was stunned. He glanced at the ores nearby and was stunned for a long time. Then, he could not help but laugh. It turned out that the key was here. It was the place that he had neglected. He was curious at first. Why did those silver swords occupy so many strongholds and let their subordinates mine the ores? If it was just to increase their strength, the efficiency was too low. Now, it seemed that it was not just to increase their strength, but to prepare for the advancement to a golden sword in the future. That gold mine must be very rare. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have led his army to occupy so many strongholds and not found a single one. The silver sword in front of him must have been immersed in this level for a long time. Otherwise, he would not know these things. The silver swords under Yang Kai's command were all upgraded step by step from black iron swords. How could they know these secrets? He understood. The key to advancing to a golden sword was still in those ores. Qing Shan, Yang Kai called. Lang Qingshan leaped into the air and slashed, cutting that silver sword leader who was already full of cracks into pieces. Yang Kai turned around and looked at the huge mine below. He grinned, "Let them mine." Lang Qingshan nodded and immediately passed down the order. In an instant, clanking sounds could be heard in the mine. Yang Kai did not stay idle. He left Lang Qingshan to guard the mine and divided 10,000 swords to lead them to occupy other strongholds. Gold mines were rare, and they might not be found in this mine. Naturally, Yang Kai had to be more prepared. Along the way, Yang Kai conquered strongholds after strongholds. His army grew like a rolling snowball. Every time he conquered a stronghold, he would leave a silver sword to guard it. In a month's time, Yang Kai had already taken control of 6 strongholds. Every stronghold had tens of thousands of soldiers, and they mined day and night without rest. Yang Kai was in charge of one of the strongholds. Lang Qingshan followed his orders and patrolled between the strongholds. Once there was news of a gold mine, he would report back immediately. Yang Kai did not trust those silver swords under his command. If the gold mines were to be digested by them, it would not be worth it. He could only let Lang Qingshan work harder. Days passed. Every day, countless ores were mined. However, the gold mine that Yang Kai was looking for was nowhere to be found. He knew that gold mines were rare, but he did not expect it to be this rare. He now had at least 300,000 soldiers under his command. They were mining in 6 different places, but they still could not find it. After a full 4 months, Lang Qingshan excitedly brought good news. He told Yang Kai that a gold mine had been found in one of the strongholds. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly followed him. When they arrived at the stronghold, they saw a shiny gold ore placed on an empty ground. It was heavily guarded, and no swords could get close to it. Yang Kai suppressed his excitement and walked forward. He realized that the gold mine was only the size of a wash basin. Its surface was uneven, and it had a mesmerizing luster. Yang Kai stared at it for a long time until Lang Qingshan called him. He sighed, "It's been almost a year. I hope there will be good results." As he said that, he leaped and plunged into the gold mine. A pure energy flowed into Yang Kai's body through the sword. Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was something else in the gold mine. It was probably the so-called golden liquid. He was overjoyed. He knew that he was close to leveling up. As expected, as the energy from the gold mine flowed in, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his power was growing rapidly. The bottleneck of the silver sword was broken. On the sword, the surface of the sword that was originally shining with a silver luster was now replaced by streaks of golden light. On the sword, a golden halo began to circulate. Chapter 41:11. This was an arduous battle. On the plains, the 2 armies clashed, and the battlefield turned into a meat grinder. Swords were shattered one after another, and their light dimmed. On the battlefield, hundreds of thousands of swords fought without rest. On one side was the army led by Yang Kai, and on the other side was the army led by another Huang Jinjian. Previously, they had occupied 6 strongholds and had 300,000 soldiers under them. After spending 4 months to find a gold mine, Yang Kai had successfully leveled up to Huang Jinjian after devouring the energy within the gold mine. This was too inefficient. If they wanted to find another gold mine, who knew how long they would have to wait? If Yang Kai wanted to continue leveling up, it would be better for him to look for other Huang Jinjian. In this world of swords, there were not many golden swords. Scouting teams were sent out one after another, and only after a month of hard work did they manage to find one. What was there to hesitate about? Yang Kai immediately gathered his troops and started the battle. Hundreds of thousands of swords clashed, and the battle was in full swing. Swords were constantly being destroyed, but there were also swords that obtained enough energy to level up. However, the real deciding factor was not them, but the battle in the sky. High up in the sky, two Huang Jinjian shuttled back and forth. The swords danced in the sky, and streaks of Huang Jinjian's sword chi tore through the void. The speed of the two swords was extremely fast. One of them was undoubtedly brighter, while the other was slightly dimmer. On the battlefield, Lang Qingshan raised his head to look at the dimmer Huang Jinjian. That was Yang Kai's Huang Jinjian. He had only leveled up not long ago, and naturally could not compare to the other veteran Huang Jinjian. Whether it was the toughness of the sword, the sharpness of the sword, or the power of the swordlight, he was slightly weaker than his opponent. However, he now had the qualifications to compete with Huang Jinjian. He would not be like before, where he could not fight back against Huang Jinjian. As long as he had the qualifications, he would have a high chance of winning. This was why he dared to attack Huang Jinjian's army. Yang Kai knew that he wasn't strong enough, which was why he fought with all his might. Huang Jinjian probably didn't expect Yang Kai to be so ferocious. Even though he had a stronger foundation, he was still beaten silly by Yang Kai. However, in the end, they still had the advantage in terms of capital. After stabilizing their footing, they defended and counterattacked, causing Yang Kai to continuously suffer losses. After half a day, Yang Kai's sword was already chipped. Although his opponent was not much better off, his situation was obviously better than his. Every time Yang Kai attacked, he would injure his opponent by 800 while sacrificing 1,000 of his own. If this continued, he would definitely lose his life here. However, even though he knew this, he had no intention of changing his mind and continued to do as he pleased. Another 2 hours later, the golden sword actually turned around and charged downwards. It still had the strength to fight and was in a better state than Yang Kai. However, it was also injured, and it wanted to recover from its injuries. The best way to recover was to kill the swords on the battlefield and devour their power. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he roared, "Qing Shan!" He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, and it was finally here. After nearly a year of fighting, he realized that these swords were all afraid of death. Once they suffered more than a certain degree of injury, they would prioritize repairing themselves first. Only when they were forced to the point of no return would they fight to the death. The golden sword's action meant that it was already injured to a certain extent. In a flash, the golden sword was already close to the battlefield. With a turn of the sword, a golden sword chi slashed towards the dense sword formation. It covered a large area and couldn't differentiate between friend and foe. This golden sword chi was extremely sharp, and no one below the golden sword could block it. "Don't even think about it," Lang Qingshan roared. On the surface of the sword, his face was cold and resolute. Behind him, more than 30 silver swords charged forward with him as the leader. This was a team specially built to deal with situations like this. Every silver sword in the team was trained to the peak. As long as they had the golden liquid, they would be able to level up. Streaks of silver sword chi slashed out from these silver swords, turning into more than 30 streaks of light, and clashed with the golden sword chi. Boom, boom. Although the silver sword chi couldn't compare to the golden sword chi, more than 30 streaks could still weaken its power. Boom, boom. The silver sword team led by Lang Qingshan slashed again and again. After 3 consecutive slashes, a total of nearly 100 silver sword chi were shattered by the golden sword chi. However, more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, and its luster was much dimmer than before. There was no more time to continue slashing out sword chi. Without hesitation, Lang Qingshan led the silver swords behind him to scatter. He didn't dare to face the golden sword head-on. Even though more than half of the golden sword chi's power had been weakened, it was still not something that these silver swords could block. Once they were hit, they would be crushed into pieces. Just as the golden sword chi was about to slash into the group of swords, another golden sword chi slashed out from the sky. This golden sword chi directly slashed at the first sword chi, causing it to crumble. However, the remaining power didn't diminish as it blasted into the group of swords. In the blink of an eye, thousands of swords were shattered. Thousands of streaks of light flew out and rushed into Yang Kai's body. The injuries on Yang Kai's body were slowly mended. The golden sword chi that came later was naturally slashed out by him. It shattered the enemy's sword chi, stopped its plan, and mended his own body at the same time. With this, Yang Kai's strength immediately surpassed that of the golden sword. Without hesitation, he attacked again. On the surface of the golden sword, a face appeared to be shocked and angry. It felt that its opponent this time was extremely sinister and cunning. How could he come up with such a sinister idea? It didn't have time to curse and could only respond to Yang Kai's bombardment. However, Yang Kai was nourished, but its sword body was still damaged. The power it could use was not as strong as it was at its peak. This time, it was completely at a disadvantage. In the next few hours, the golden sword tried to repair its body many times. However, in the battlefield, the Silver Sword Squad led by Lang Qingshan did nothing but watch its movements. Wherever it went, the Silver Sword Squad would follow. Once they noticed that it was trying to repair its body, they would immediately block its golden sword chi and wear down its power. Then, Yang Kai would shatter it. After 7 or 8 consecutive attacks, the golden sword didn't succeed even once. After a full day and night, the golden sword couldn't even maintain its flying power. The sword body swayed in midair, and the golden sword chi couldn't be slashed out. It could only emit sword light at the tip of the sword. It was an arrow at the end of its flight. Its power was completely worn down. This time, it was its turn to fight with its life. Yang Kai was calm and leisurely dealt with it. Finally, the golden sword's last bit of power was drained. It fell from midair and stabbed into the ground. On the surface of the sword, its face was haggard and it looked defeated. Yang Kai slowly landed in front of it. He held his sword horizontally and slashed down. The golden sword closed its eyes and waited for its death. However, Yang Kai's blade suddenly stopped 3 inches away from it. He grinned and shouted, "Qingshan!" Lang Qingshan immediately rushed over and said respectfully, "I'm here." "Kill it." Yang Kai said, "I've tested it just now. It really doesn't have any power left." Lang Qingshan was stunned and said, "I don't deserve it." He also knew that if he cut down this golden sword, there was a 90% chance that it would also be promoted to a golden sword. But after all, this was the result of Yang Kai's 2 days of hard work. How could he take it? Yang Kai said, "If you become a golden sword, we won't have such a tough battle if we meet it again. I'll only gain some power by slashing it. It won't benefit me much. Quickly, don't give it a chance to recover." After hearing what Yang Kai said, Lang Qingshan didn't hesitate anymore. He responded and slashed at the golden sword. With a clang, Lang Qingshan's body shook. However, the golden sword was undamaged. After all, there was a gap between the two. Although the golden sword had lost all its power, its body was still very strong. Lang Qingshan didn't believe it. He aimed at a spot and slashed a few more times. However, he failed. On the surface of the golden sword, a mocking expression appeared on its face. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai's sword floated up slowly and came before the golden sword. He aimed the tip of the sword at a spot, and a golden sword radiance was emitted from the tip of the sword. With a gentle slash, a huge gap was created on the golden sword, and it almost broke it. Lang Qingshan knew what he meant. He aimed at the gap and attacked it fiercely. After half an hour, he finally broke the golden sword into 2. Golden radiance flowed out from the golden sword and rushed towards Lang Qingshan. It turned into a cloud of golden mist and emitted a dazzling divine light that shrouded him completely. After the golden radiance dispersed, what stood before Yang Kai wasn't a silver sword anymore. It was a golden sword just like him. On the blade, golden radiance was flowing, making it look very majestic. "Thank you, Master." Lang Qingshan was very grateful. He felt the increase in his power, and his face was filled with joy. If he wanted to upgrade his golden sword, he had to either swallow the golden liquid in the gold or he had to kill a golden sword and swallow its power. Yang Kai used the former method, while Lang Qingshan used the latter. Turning around, Yang Kai looked down at the battlefield. With the death of the golden sword, the noise on the battlefield immediately stopped. The army under its command also gave up on resisting. They all looked at Yang Kai with a look of worship. It had always been like this in this world. As long as one could kill the leader of the enemy, one could smoothly take over the forces under his command without any hindrance. Yang Kai had 300,000 soldiers and 400,000 golden swords. A total of 700,000 swords had fought for 2 days and 2 nights in this battlefield. At this moment, only half of them were still alive. Although their numbers had decreased significantly, their power didn't decrease at all. Among the 300,000 soldiers, there were plenty of silver swords and countless black iron swords. In such a battlefield, as long as one wasn't smashed into pieces, those who were lucky enough to survive would be able to grow tremendously. Chapter 41:12. With a loud crack, a golden sword was shattered into pieces. Golden light flowed out from the sword and covered Yang Kai, nourishing his sword and strengthening his power. Another year had passed since he helped Lang Qingshan to destroy the first golden sword. In this 1 year's time, he had led the army to conquer the north and south of the world of swords. There were bitter battles, but there were also battles where he had crushed one army after another. Countless golden sword soldiers had died under his and Lang Qingshan's joint efforts. At that moment, both he and Lang Qingshan had reached the pinnacle of the golden sword and could not improve any further. Not only that, but there were also more than 10 golden swords in his army. He and Lang Qingshan could not improve any further. Naturally, they could only benefit their subordinates. However, he had the situation under control. He did not want his subordinates to be too powerful to avoid any unforeseen events. After more than a year of fighting, his army had increased to 1 million. Among the 1,000,000-strong army, there were no rusted swords or bronze swords. The lowest grade was black iron swords, and the core strength was silver swords. One could only imagine how many swords the army he led had shattered in the past year or so. Otherwise, they would not have grown so much. The reason why he had mobilized so many people was for the final battle. More than half a year ago, Yang Kai had led his army and discovered a huge stronghold. There were more than 1 million swords in the stronghold, which was not inferior to his current army. There were also more than 12 golden swords. That stronghold was the only stronghold left in the world of swords. As long as the stronghold was destroyed, Yang Kai would have no opponents in this world. By then, he and Lang Qingshan might be able to leave this world. It was also the only opportunity he had found. Therefore, he could not afford to lose it. After a short rest, the army set off. The 1,000,000-strong army was majestic. Sword aura soared into the sky. Everywhere they passed, the weather changed. Half a month later, they finally arrived at the last stronghold. Looking from afar, the sword aura was awe-inspiring. Among the enemy's army, golden swords were everywhere and silver swords could be seen everywhere. Without any unnecessary probing, Yang Kai took the lead and raised his 1,000,000 swords. The army charged. Although the other party was suddenly attacked, they did not panic in the face of danger. They quickly formed a formation, waited for the exhausted to be exhausted, and defended and counterattacked. More than 2 million swords were engaged in the final battle between heaven and earth. There were swords being shattered at every moment. Even if they were silver swords, in such a huge battlefield, their individual strength was insignificant. They could not guarantee their own safety at all. Often, a moment of carelessness would result in their swords being broken and their bodies being shattered. Only those golden swords could change the tide of the battle. Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan worked together and moved around the battlefield. They were looking for their opponent's golden swords to kill them. Both of them had reached the pinnacle of the golden swords. Even if they were alone, the power they could unleash was incomparable to an ordinary golden sword, let alone the two of them working together. In the enemy's formation, dozens of gold swords were shattered one after another. On the other side, they had also suffered a great loss. Half of the gold swords had died. But looking at the overall situation, such a loss was worth it. After a few days of fierce fighting, the 2 million army was reduced to 1 million. 70% of them were Yang Kai's army, and the remaining 30% were the enemy's. At this point, the outcome was decided. Among the enemy's ranks, there was only one golden sword left, and even though countless of its subordinates had been killed or wounded, this golden sword had remained indifferent these past few days. But Yang Kai felt an indescribable pressure from this golden sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With Yang Kai as the leader, 7 gold swords stood in the void and faced off against the only gold sword in the enemy's formation. That gold sword was floating on a throne. On the sword's surface, there was a face that looked dignified. It was like a giant. Even if heaven and earth were to collapse in front of its eyes, its expression would not change. This gold sword was different from the ones that Yongkai had seen before. On the sword's hilt, there was a purple gemstone that was emitting a purple light. It was very strange. Yongkai stared at the purple gemstone and couldn't help but frown. He didn't know what was so special about this purple gemstone. On the sword's surface, its eyes looked up and glanced at Yongkai and the others. Its dignified voice rang out, "Submit or die." Yongkai turned his sword and shouted, "Kill!" Chi 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 chi. Streaks of gold sword chi swept across the void and slashed forward, tearing apart the heaven and earth. Countless long swords rushed forward to save their leader. However, the gold swords in the enemy's formation had all been killed. At this moment, there were only silver swords at most. How could they block the gold sword chi? Upon contact, those silver swords fell apart. Even so, those silver swords were not afraid of death and continuously used their bodies to block the gold sword chi. As the gold sword chi slashed through, countless silver swords were left behind. Yongkai couldn't help but be moved. The power of the gold sword chi was worn down. When the gold sword chi slashed in front of the enemy's commander, it suddenly collapsed and didn't cause any damage. In order to block the gold sword chi, tens of thousands of silver swords were shattered in an instant. What was extremely strange was that these silver swords that were shattered by Yongkai and the others didn't fly towards Yongkai. Instead, they all rushed towards the enemy's commander's body. On the sword's hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly. Then, the sword turned around and slashed out. The heaven and earth lost their color. It was impossible to describe the elegance of this sword with words. What the enemy slashed out was not gold sword chi, but a purple thunderbolt. With a cracking sound, it was as if thunder had exploded. On the battlefield, regardless of the enemy's level, all the long swords trembled slightly. Yongkai's expression changed and he quickly shouted, "Qing Shan, dodge." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dodged to the side. The purple thunderbolt brushed past the sword. At this moment, time seemed to have become extremely slow. Yongkai clearly saw that the part of his extremely sturdy gold sword that was brushed by the thunderbolt actually melted. He was immediately enveloped by a great shock. One must know that he had cultivated to the peak of the gold sword. He originally thought that in this world, there was no power that could hurt him. Who knew that in front of this purple thunderbolt, his sword would be so weak? His and Lang Qingshan's reactions were faster, and they managed to dodge in time. However, the remaining 5 subordinates weren't so lucky. The purple thunderbolt brushed past Yongkai's sword and blasted into the place where they were. Without a sound, the 5 gold swords disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of their existence. They were actually vaporized in an instant. The power of a single strike. How terrifying. When he turned back to look, Yongkai no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. His gaze was fixed on the purple gemstone on his opponent's sword hilt. He knew that the gemstone was the reason for all of this. This world had its own rules. The one who killed could obtain the power of the one who was killed to strengthen himself. However, the gemstone had the power to change this rule. Just now, Yongkai and the others had shattered tens of thousands of silver swords. However, the power of the silver swords didn't enter their bodies. Instead, it was absorbed by the enemy's commander and turned into this shocking strike. At this moment, after the 5 gold swords were shattered, 5 rays of golden light entered the sword once again. On the sword hilt, the purple gemstone flashed slightly again. Yongkai's heart raced. He could only feel the aura of death rushing towards him. Before he could finish his thoughts, another purple thunderbolt broke through the air and pounced towards him like a purple snake. He couldn't block it. Yongkai immediately dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the purple thunderbolt couldn't get rid of it and chased after him. Yongkai could only move around in the air, trying to get rid of his opponent's pursuit. After a few attempts, he realized that he couldn't get rid of it at all. Within the purple thunderbolt, There was an aura that had locked onto him like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. His body fell rapidly and directly rushed into the depths of the ground. On the tip of the gold sword, the sword radiance flickered and broke open a passage in the ground. After a long time, Yang Kai broke out of the ground. The purple thunderbolt behind him had finally exhausted its power and dissipated in the air. Looking over, Lang Qingshan was already fighting with the gold sword fearlessly. What surprised Yang Kai was that the gold sword wasn't as strong as he imagined. Its power was about the same as his and Lang Qingshan's at the peak of the gold sword. This could be deduced from the fact that Lang Qingshan was evenly matched with the gold sword. Its power was built on the purple gemstone and the power of the purple thunderbolt. The purple thunderbolt needed to absorb a large amount of energy to form. For the first attack, it had absorbed the energy of tens of thousands of silver swords. For the second attack, it had absorbed the energy of 5 gold swords. If there wasn't any energy for it to absorb, it might not be able to use the power of the purple thunderbolt. In a flash, Yang Kai saw through everything. Without any hesitation, he pounced into the battlefield and attacked the gold sword ferociously with Lang Qingshan's power. In an instant, rays of sword radiance flashed. It was extremely dazzling. The 3 gold swords were in full swing. They were all at the peak of their power. However, Yang Kai and Lang Qingshan were fighting 2 against 1. Naturally, they had the absolute advantage. In the past 2 years of battles, the 2 of them had worked together more than once to fend off the enemy. Their cooperation was seamless. They didn't need to communicate much to know each other's thoughts. The situation was one-sided. Looking at the gold sword's expression, it didn't panic. Instead, there was a faint mocking look on its face. Yang Kai didn't know why it could be so calm. However, from his observation earlier, as long as it didn't have the chance to absorb the energy, it wouldn't be able to use the purple thunderbolt. Without the purple thunderbolt, he and Lang Qingshan would definitely be able to defeat the gold sword. Just as he was thinking about that, the purple gemstone on the gold sword suddenly flashed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.